What is up, everyone? And I'm hoping that the sound quality is nice and clear tonight. Every time we start the show, it's always an interesting take on everything. How's everybody doing out there? I hope everybody's doing good. Thank you so much for being here with us tonight. My name is Frank Castle, and I am your Sorcerer Supreme, right here each and every Saturday night on Fearless. Tonight, I'm joined by my co-host, Reggie Cadu, sitting right off screen. Can't get us both on there, but she's right next to me. You can see Roxy in the back. She's joining us as well. Thank you, everybody, so much. Paula is passed out and had a little bit of a rough day today. Been a little bit of a rough everything across the board. Thank you for last week. I had to take the week off. I needed a little time to reprogram, get everything back into place. The show before last, I know towards the end we got a little regular, but that's the story. That's part of what's going on. You got to take the time and take care of yourself during this time. It's been such a hard road. It's been difficult for so many people, and there's so much crazy shit going on. And take the time for you. It's worth it, right? We're built for the hustle bustle. We're built for all this craziness, the 9-to-5 rush. The kids got to get to school, then it's not school, then it's in front of the computer, 6-7 hours a day, plus everything else that has to go on. Find your happy place in this, because it is very difficult. It's not easy. I just got off the phone with my mother. Shout outs to Diane. Having a rough time, man. Rough time. My father's having a rough time, and it just doesn't look good sometimes across the board. However, within that, you have no choice. You can put everything on hold if you want, and you could just deal with whatever's nonstop daily routine, in and out, like the computer. I'm so bored. The AI, the robot, get you up, get you down, stand up, sit down, got to move, got to go here, got to be there by 5 o'clock. Calm down a little bit. Try to find your happy place within those moments, because that's all you're getting. Somebody said, and I don't know who it is, and I don't remember who said it, but you start to enjoy moments as a parent. You get moments instead of time, right? Well, enjoy the moment. Enjoy that now moment. Do things that make you happy. Take 5 minutes, breathe. Don't rush doing everything. Don't scream. Don't stand by the door and hold it open, waiting. Going, come on. Don't do that. Just kind of walk through your day. Be a little happier. You can slow it down. You don't need permission. And permission's been granted as you've been born through mother here on the planet. There's your permission to do what you need to do on this planet. Well, what do I need to do? Well, I'm telling you, it's not this craziness. I'm just going to let you know now, with politics and everything, dudes are enacting firing squads in the background quietly that it's not being mentioned on air. Okay. No matter what happens, this is going to get dark. It's not going to be all light and love coming through this. It's what gets us through this. It's a hard time. It's going to be hard to watch. You guys see some of my posts and everything. It's like, I just post, hang them all. Remember what they did to all of us. And it's not a revenge. It's kind of like what's good for the goose, right? And then I got to sit back and be compassionate for these people who've done all these horrible things just so I can ascend. I have to step back from it and go, well, they really should hang. Treason's a big thing around here, right? I went to jail. Somebody was robbing my house, and I went inside and fought them. And I happened to win the upper hand, and the guy fell off the balcony on the second floor. I went to jail for months and months. I have a felony battery 2 charge, and even in front of the judge and the lawyer and everybody's swearing to, oh, space Jesus, you're not going to spend one more second in this place, right? And they try to give me 7 years. I was like, what? Like, you ever come home 1 2 in the morning and someone's in your house with all your stuff lined up? Right? Craziness. So I knew from then, before then, that the system was just broken completely. They said something to me, well, if you had 10 grand more, I could have did something. And I'm like, 10 grand more? You said for 10 grand, this is how it would work. So the lawyers are snakes and the judges are snakes and they're all pieces of shit. I get it. We're all guilty, right? Straight up until proven innocent or something. I thought it was the other way around. So this whole place has been ass backwards for a long, long time. And it needs to straighten itself out, right? So if I can get in trouble for that, you raping kids and stuff, we're just going to let that one go? No, this is called black magic. This is the spell they have you under. You'll notice it as it's coming in and out of the cycles. Nobody said nothing about child trafficking in a while, right? Why not? Don't tell me it's because MSN's not reporting on it or something stupid like that. It's still happening, right? It was just a phase. It came in and came out. Nothing happened to nobody. Interesting. So we have everything from that kind of stuff all the way down to cheating on voting, right? Just a bunch of 4th graders acting stupid, trying to pull things away from everything. Watch what happens. I'm going to say it again for either party. It's not the parties. The parties are both going down. Okay? I don't know how to say this without sounding like them in a weird way, but source wins. We've said this from day one. Here's a piece of paper right here. I'm going to draw your little ass on it. Okay? Look, little reptile man. Oh, little stick figure reptile man. Okay, little reptile man. How did you plan on beating that? What was your plan? What was your big plan? What was your big plan of action? Sucking off people? Trying to convince them to do it because you can't actually do it through fear and violence and all kinds of weird shit? How about no? How about you don't stand a chance? You never did. We may have thought it was dark, and it gets dark, yeah, for sure. But we win. We win, man. Straight through. There isn't a thing they can do. After all the things that I've been through and watched and got smashed and hit in the back of my head and ET fingers in my butt, all kinds of weird shit, right? Well, that never happened, but you know what I mean. They've eaten me in lifetimes. They've torn me apart. They've raped us. They've done terrible things to us. They've chipped us. They've taken us and put us in places, made us do things without our permission, right? Once again, the big thing, maybe if you guys just asked us, if you showed that you were there and we're like, hey, man, look, my people literally have cloned ourselves out of being able to have sex and have another kid. But we think with creator DNA, we can do it, right? So we created here 300 half-breeds from you because we've been taking you and doing this and trying to get our people together. It's like, you know why your little science experiment isn't working? Because there's something you guys are not, even science on that level isn't putting into play, right? And it's your consciousness. It's like, dude, I said no, right? But why don't you ask me? I might say yes. You need my help? Maybe not raping me and holding me down on a little table in front of a bunch of things when you're poking and prodding. How about not going through the pregnancy process with my wife and then going and pulling them out every 3 months, right? And then putting the rest of them in the incubator. What do you think? We're not wise to that? And then you're growing all these things. This is why it's not working. No one's agreed to this. All you have to do to be like, yeah, sure, I got your back. And one way or another, it'll start making it happen. But I'm not going to say yes. I'm not saying yes until you come and apologize. Right? Well, we could put boundaries on this immediately. Right? We do contract revocations of all kinds. They work. See, the trick is that they get you to do things through your own will, which allows them to get away with it. Right? It's really weird the way that works. But none of their plans work if we just stand up and say no. You just learn how to say no. We did a whole bunch of shows on this. Just say no. I don't think so. Not today. Not today, sir. You shall not be taking my pod today. All right? You got to just do it. All right. Let me go through a few things. What's up, Willow? What's up, JKO? Gang stalking, huh? I'm sorry. I'm going to just read out some of this stuff. I love you guys so much. Gang stalked, and your supernatural talks really saved my life. Thank you. Well, you're very welcome, and I love you very much. I'm glad it could be helpful. I myself have been gang stalked. We didn't really call that. We just called it getting jumped as soon as you got out on the corner. In my own neighborhood by they weren't really my friends, a bunch of older guys and stuff. And it went on for like a couple months. It was like older bullying, it's hard when you're bullying and you're like 26 years old, right? It's hard. So that's when people get stabbed around here, and baseball bats and car accidents, all kinds of weird stuff. And unfortunately, I was involved in all of those. So I understand. And it was my pure will and desire to not be afraid. I got stabbed by a kid who lived on the corner and then 5 blocks down. So the blocks here are very short. You just walk down the block. I'm at 10 stores are right there. Boom. They all line up. I walk down another 5 blocks. And as I'm passing each quarter block, I'm looking up all the blocks of the houses all the way down and the schoolyards and everything. And in that other schoolyard, I had some problems, and then it carried over right directly onto my block all the way at the end, like 5 blocks down the other way by the train. So there was nowhere where I can go without seeing someone that was there that night. So I had to stand in it. I got stabbed. I got bitten. I had my shoulder bitten off. They were jumping on my back, biting me. These were men. I stood my ground. It was not pretty. I caught the beating of my life, got stabbed in my chest with a steak knife, right? And it stuck into my sternum, and then it was just didn't make any of that noise. I thought I was dead. I saw it come up from the hands because I had my hands up. I saw this silver thing, and then it was just in my chest. I had no way to deal with that. And everyone just looked, stopped, and ran. By then, my leg was bent the wrong way, one way. This was that. Man, I walked to the hospital. It was just with another kid that took a beating that was right there, too. There was just too many kids to fight, and they just showed up. And then the next day, my entire mouth was wired. My palate was broke, so it broke up here, which sucked. So my entire jaw was wired shut for 6 months. Okay? With my arm in a sling and my leg wobbling with a cast, just all weird shit. It's terrible. Walked right down to the corner. I got down to the corner. That night, I find out that 6 dudes had the same issue I did with the same people. So one of them got shot a whole bunch of times. We have a funny joke here that's not really that funny, but you shot me this many times and you missed every vital organ. Every single one. This kid got shot with a 22 while standing at the payphone, and he had like 5 shots in him. It was like shoulder, arm, leg. I was like, but what the I was like, dude, you're right. And he had his arm like this. His legs he was all bandaged up. He was standing on the corner. He's like, I'm going to kill them. Every one of them. So I'm like, you're here too. Why'd you come out today? I was loaded. I was taking Demerol. So I was just smoking a blunt, and I had a straw I had to sip through. So I was sipping a 40 ounce, walking right to the corner. Like, I'm not going to be afraid. I have to go get bread, eggs. I have to walk my grandmother to the store. We know every single person here on every block in 20 directions. Do you think I'm not going to come down there? I'm not the troublemaker, but I have to go down there. I have no choice. I had to build a will, right? Because it's pretty scary. I was scared. There was a moment where I woke up from my jaw surgery. I didn't know what happened. Like, I completely wiped out. And I woke up, my uncle was standing over me. I just started screaming and crying. It was like waking up from a, you're on a table and ETs are there. You're just like, what the hell is going on? Right? I had no clue. because now I was in surgery multiple times, and then they saw my mouth and was like, "Oh, we got to get you now over to this place." So it went into the next day, and they were repairing me. And then every single day, I walked down to the corner. Now the funny thing is, when I went down there, and the guy that was shot was there, he was a good buddy of mine. He had a machete stuffed in where he was shot in the arm, and he had a sling on, and he was just hanging out. He's like, "I won't be scared." Now, some of these guys just want to fight. I didn't want to fight, but I'm not going to live here in fear, because it's like they smell the fear. And then the next group is like, "Well, this is the punk that just got jumped, so he's a pussy. So we're going to get him. Hey, what are you looking at?" It's like, oh, here we go again. Somebody that would have never said a word to you except hello. "Hey, what's up, man? I like you, bro. Let's share a blunt or something. Let's have a drink." That guy now had a little too much to drink and is like, "Well, this dude just caught a beating. Let's start it again." Right? Everyone, beer balls, they call it. And now all of a sudden, everyone's picking on anyone who was getting picked on or beat up or whatever. And we have stories for days about this stuff. But the only thing that kept me sane was this will, this internal will to not be afraid. I won't be afraid in my own neighborhood. I won't be afraid to sit out on my porch. I'm not going to be afraid to do that. I have to live here. I didn't go out and start any trouble. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't even curse at them and yell at them. I just punched who I punched. You were stabbing me. So now what? I had to get up and go out there. And I went out and I started walking around. I think it was within a month, everyone was like, "I can't believe this whole group of people." One kid had a bandage around his head like this. We looked like the dudes that went to war and then came back, like beat up. And then we're like, "Yeah, we're going to do it again. We're going to go out on patrol again." That's what it reminded me of. Like you see people in 1776, right? They got the bandana thing crooked around their head to cover one eye. They're in tattered clothes because everything's got to be cut, because you have a brace on your leg over here. You have a cage over here. Your mouth is wired. You get this going. It's nonstop. So we're just going to go do this. And you got a problem with it, we're going to handle you right there. It's not going to matter. I don't need two arms, right? My man's got an arm and I got an arm, and each one of them has something in it. So this was the weird stuff that was going on. Then I left and went to Florida trying to get away from this place, because I've had it at that point. And then I get in trouble down there. And when I went into jail, the only thing, once again, being like me down there, I was the only one of me down there, the only one. And I told my dad, I remember saying to him, "Well, you can choose to be a victim. I could choose to walk around here scared, because I happen to be the smallest guy here, which is really weird, because I'm a 200-pound guy. I'm 5'8", and I'm like a little cannonball. However, I was still the smallest one there by a lot. I could choose to have that issue or not. I can sit here in my cell and I can cry about it, or I can start rebuilding myself." So I learned meditation when I was in jail. Unfortunately, I didn't stick with it for 20 years when I got out and stuff. Learned how to come out of my body. That was a big one when I was there. I did it a few times. It happened accidentally through fear, being afraid. They were like, "You come out here, you're dead." Oh, okay. So if I walk out here, there's 40 dudes out here, all inside this. It looks like a dorm area, and it has 20 cells. It's like 10 down, 10 high, and then 2 in each. Right. So you're like, "Hey, what's going on out here?" And they're like, "Don't come out here, man. They're playing cards and this and that." And I started freaking out. I was like, "All right, now I can't leave my cell." And I sat on the bed and I was kind of rocking back and forth. And then it just happened. Boop, came right out of me. I didn't know what the hell was happening to me. I went through the wall in front of me, and there was like a little window. It was like that big, and I could see outside, but then I was bloop, and I was outside looking in the window back at myself. When I realized I was floating, I started doing the and boop, went right back in reverse, the same exact way I went out, I came back in. I said, if I could do that once, I can do it again. I did it again. No problem this time. This time was no problem. I started visiting people. People were writing me letters going, "I saw you, man. You came to me at this point, and this point." And I still didn't believe in the magic. because I had so much other stuff on my mind. However, once again, I could be in fear, or I'm a little overweight, 200 pounds. Maybe I shouldn't be that weight. So I start cutting my weight, doing push-ups, sit-ups, push-ups, sit-ups, push-ups, sit-ups. Now I'm doing pull-ups, push-ups, sit-ups. My day is filled with exercise, reading, writing, and meditation. When I came out, I remember the female guard that brought me in had me in the elevator with her. I looked completely different. This was the first time I shaved my head bald, like bald. I was done. When I went in there, I had hair. I had like a poof, right? Big nappy hair. I shaved I asked this guy in there to give me a haircut. Naturally, he terribly just went, oh, there you go. I said, dude, that looks like absolute shit. He's like, well, whatever. And I knew it was because I was a white boy and I was sitting there. So I'm like, hey, listen, do me a favor, shave it. And he was like, oh, I'll do that. Oh, yeah, I figured you would. And I never went back. Never went back. I didn't even know when I lost my hair. I didn't even know. I saw it grow in a little bit once and I said, oh, there it goes. It's not even there anymore. And she had me in there. It was funny. I had just started growing this and stuff. And she said, hey, when the door closed, she said, you really made a change. She goes, I would date you. You know that? She goes, I remember you when you came in, you were a fucking mess. However, I saw what your paperwork, we all know what everyone does here. She goes, I'm glad you did what you did. You're completely different. You had not one trouble. I had one trouble. Some guy did something and I slapped him right in his face. I said, okay, we could do this right now. I didn't even give him a chance. And his boy came over to me and found out what he did. And the whole thing got squashed right there. So the cops didn't know nothing about nothing. They were like, you're a perfect model, this, that, or the other thing. Take that with your life and go with it. Go forward with it. Don't waste this. Some people don't belong here, right? Some people just get in here. Don't be that person. Don't be the person that comes in and becomes worse when they get back out. You came in and look what you did for yourself. I said, I know. I could do push-ups upside down like this, okay? And then one-handed I was doing them. I was 165 pounds of just ripped, shredded muscle. I looked like a thumb with abs. It was the craziest thing. They were like, you look like a little Rambo. I'm like, whatever, man. And I got out and I kind of listened to what she said. I was like, wow, they can't be telling that to everyone. And I know she didn't think I was cute. I look completely different. I 100% look different. So I could see where she's coming from. I was looking in my reflection and going, wow, man, you really put your time into this one, huh? Paid off. I was walking right out and I kept going, never looked back, never went back, never got in trouble again, nothing. And I did a lot of stuff after that. I was in a hip hop group and we had tons of incidents, tons. However, I went on immediately to work in movie sets. I worked on 200 cigarettes. I knew, here's another thing, because I'm going to get into the cloning tonight. Just taking my time because I'm just going to talk about everything. But I knew Dave Chappelle. I met him on that set of 200 cigarettes and I worked with him. He wasn't that big of a deal back then. He was like the new up and comer. I mean, I stood next to him. He is not a big guy. First, I just told you how big I am. He was not much bigger than me at all. If anyone that's seen that movie knows, there's like, he drives a cab in the movie or whatever. I helped put the cab together. It's like an extended cab on the inside, so they could sit in there and have a camera in there, and he's not really driving. It's like attached to another truck, so it looks like he's driving. It's pretty interesting. And they just go around the block a couple of times and film these scenes. And I remember sitting with him and he said, yo, they keep calling me Eddie Murphy, the new Eddie Murphy, new Eddie Murphy. I don't want to be Eddie Murphy. I don't want to be Eddie Murphy. What do you mean you don't want to be Eddie Murphy? Eddie Murphy's awesome. He's like, no, I'm Dave Chappelle. Right. So I was like, no, be Dave. Right. But be big like Eddie. He's like, yeah, man, the shoes are too big to fill. Don't want it. He literally didn't want it. He was such a regular guy. And I'm not throwing out celebrity shit, but to tell you the story, I got to tell you who I was hanging around with. Christina Ricci, before she went nuts. It was before she started. It was right after the Addams Family, I think, like 2 years later. The girl from the Goonies was there, Martha Plimsky. Kurt Cobain's ex-wife, Courtney Love, she was there. I had to work with her. Casey Affleck was one of the guys I had to stay with. he was much younger. And then Guillermo Diaz, they were in the Stoner movie together where they're all smoking pot. You killed Killer B, the Spanish guy. He was my buddy. He was like 16. And I used to have to take them and smoke pot with them. Right. Everyone had a job. They would take me and I'd go, hey man, what do you want to do? And I'm like, oh, bro, we want to smoke. I'm like, you guys, you want to smoke? And they're like, yeah. So I'd have to go get them weed. There's a dealer on set, and I'd go back and I'd smoke everybody out. So I got to meet these guys and learn them a little bit. I got to take my momentum and fucking blast through it. And one of my biggest ones, it was crazy. Andy McDowell said to me on a movie set, Harrison's Flowers. It was the worst movie. It was like an AIDS movie or something. But we were working out in Long Island and we were in the lighthouse. So I go up in the lighthouse at 5:30 in the morning. I set the place up because they're going to film upstairs. I come back down. I'm sitting in the truck. Everybody shows up. They all come in. It's kind of crazy or whatever. They invite us all back up. They're like, come on up. And the actors are up there and everything. So I'm standing there and I'm like, oh, look who it is. Like I didn't want to be a celebrity, but I thought it was cool being around like the back of the whole thing because you get to see how the whole thing moves. And she came up to me. Andy McDowell walks up to me and she goes, hey, your name's Frank, right? And I go, yeah. She goes, you're the rapper, right? And I go, yeah, how'd you know about that? She goes, everyone's talking about you. You do such a good job. I want to thank you so much for doing the things you do. And I wish you nothing but the best in your career. And I melted right there. I was like, I can't believe this is happening to me. And then I thought back to a year ago and was like, wow, I was like, half my family's like, oh, he's just like the others. The nut, you know, there's a lot of nuts on my father's side of the family. Everyone's like 5'8", 225 pounds of solid mass muscle. And there's just men everywhere. Oh, he's nuts just like them. Right? And now I'm doing this. Momentum straight through. I will not be stopped in my own neighborhood. I will not be afraid. I'm not going to be afraid to take the chance. I'm not going to be I'm not going to sit back and let the world pass me by. When I didn't know how to rap, all right. Sorry, like I'm just blowing tangents, but it's all relevant. I didn't know how to rap. I was the only one in the whole crew that couldn't rap. Literally, had no clue. I didn't even like rap. I was like, I liked Biggie. I just heard Wu-Tang for the first time and it was 98 already. So you're like, man, you waited till 1998 to listen to Wu-Tang? You should hear my story about Metallica, how I used to make fun of people listening to Metallica and I never heard it when I was a kid. And then when I was like 16, my buddy next door to me is like, you don't listen to Metallica? He put it on and I was like, this might be the greatest thing I've ever heard. I'm a dummy. Then going on to do a lot of stuff with them as well. Anyway, so I just kept pushing this envelope. Where can I take it? What level can I get off on? Is there a level to get off on? Can I keep going? I will not work backwards. It's the hardest thing to miss your window of opportunity 7 times and show up 7 times and still be smiling because you're doing what you want to do. I used to think that being part of the great all of the music industry, and I was there. I was signed to Def Jam. It sucked. It sucked. If you're not their pretty boy, if you're not doing the things they need you to do or want you to do, they have nothing to do with music, by the way. That's why you have such sucky music out when there's a million good bands. Like, there's so much independent good stuff. It's ridiculous. But yet we're listening to the same garbage. Well, when you're signed into those places, that big garbage is there all the time. You're like sitting in that garbage and you wonder how things get done. And then you say, oh, it's not getting done for you because you're not everyone here's a tax write-off and they could bullshit you 8 ways to whatever. I know all of these guys. Everyone complained because everyone at one point or another got taken and they were like, we're going to take this. I'm going to put it up on the shelf. Right. There's so many good bands that we worked with that just, they just couldn't take it any further. And they were the best that was out there for sure at those times. And nobody's ever heard of them except for like the Truth Movement or this movement. You know, a lot of, before I knew Chris and the Truth Frequency people, they knew me from hip hop years and years and years ago. I was doing every truth show. I was with Rebel Inc. opening for the excuse me, and Jordan Page and all those guys. I was with all of them. We were hanging out with Adam Kokesh, who, by the way, ran for president. I don't know if he was on the card anywhere or whatever, but I used to hang with Adam. Really weird stuff, man. So you're up there and you're circulating, and then you're like, I'm kind of not happy anymore because nobody's accelerating past this. So then we took it on the road. We broke off, became independent, and it worked. It worked for what it was. Unfortunately for me, that long period with my group fell apart because dudes started getting married. They got jobs and they couldn't actually, make the performances and stuff because of hour shifts and shift changes and all kinds of stuff. So I just pulled back and said, you know what? I'm going to just keep it and randomly jump out there every once in a while with some stuff. Now, it's been 6 years for me since I've released a track. 6 years. I thought of that the other day. I said, what the fuck? And I've been recording stuff recently. I got stuff working. Shout outs to KG. Sons of the Sun is our new project. We got a couple of things that are like, we're dropping the pieces like Tetris in a place. We already have stuff that we did. It was good. The music's good. Just some stuff needed to be re-recorded. So it's great. Big difference, So we don't demo it. We do it. Okay. And it's coming. And it's starting to come. I thought I'd get back in the studio. Things would work great. Man, the first 3 days, I couldn't do shit. I couldn't even breathe. I couldn't say the things the right way. I had marbles in my mouth. My back hurt. My leg hurt. My neck hurt. Let me smoke a stove. Let me smoke a blunt. Let me have some coffee. It's just nonstop. My own distraction until I came back around. I whipped myself into shape a little bit. I ate some mushrooms. I said, I'm going to push this out again. It makes me happy to write and to perform and stuff. So I haven't done it in so long. It's got to come back. And man, it just started flowing through. Last night I wrote, they're called verses, 16-bar verses. For a rapper, there's usually 3 of those in the song, accompanied by a couple of hooks around it, which are like 8 bars long. It'd be like the singing part, then the rapping part. I wrote a whole bunch of rapping parts while I was under last night. Some of it's really good. I was under out there writing, so it's a little messy and stuff. But when I came back and I was reading, I was like, whoa, it's starting to come out. They're like, no. You press the lever in and it went. Now keep going. I said, oh, it took all this time. I'm not giving up on it now. I won't give up on me. I won't do it. Hear my sounds, feel me in my heart, right? And this internal character is, boom, let's do more. Record more, even if it sucks, just record it. Sing a song. I don't want to sing Whitney Houston. You know what? Fat bald guy today, you're singing Whitney Houston. Learn how to sing. Go back to basics. Learn how to breathe. Hold a breath. Can you hold a note? Can you do this? And I'm like, man, that's a lot of fucking work. You want to be here? Do you want to do it? Or you go back outside. We could start getting stabbed and shot at again. No, I'm doing music. I love music. I don't love doing that. That was just okay. Then do it. Do the work. Now this moves me into my next topic, shadow work. The last 2 weeks have been all shadow work, maybe 3 weeks. We came out of retrograde. I thought things were going to chill the fuck out. Chill the F out, man. Nope, we're not. We're going to push that envelope forward and see where you go. I got hurt. I have a pinched nerve in my shoulder right back here. It fucking hurts so much. It's 3 weeks now. It's almost like I'm reliving the shoulder neck injury again. Why is this happening to me? Oh, am I going to get into fear? Oh, doctors again. I had one full day where I was like, I'm going to be in the doctor's office again. The whole process is going to start again. I guess I have no choice. And I went right down the rabbit hole, instantly miserable, reliving moment after moment of this horror show that I went through with my injury. So I'm like, well, what can I do for myself from now to then? And I started implementing everything the doctors ever taught me when I had my original injury. When the original injury went off, they gave me some small little exercises specifically designed to do things. Nobody wants to do this shit. You don't want to stand there and hang your arm and have to move it to the left for 30 seconds, back the other way. I'm still moving like this a little bit. this is really slow. Up, looks like you're going to need to slow up then. The universe got a plan here for me. I get it. Now I could easily just crumple in bed. I had to do things I'm not too proud of. I had to take a few Percocets last week. I was like, are you serious? And the first day I took them, my lips peeled completely off. Well, my lip didn't peel off, but like that front layer on, I don't know why that happens. So whenever I take any kind of medication like that, my lips just peel bad. Like you could go and peel it off. So you can't hide it from nobody. So you can't be sneaky about it. I have to go and do it. And then everyone's looking at my lip going, what's wrong with your lip, kid? Right? And it's like, oh, son of a bitch. Shadow work. Are you going to fall back into it? Or are we going to try to do something above this time? Well, I was like, well, naturally, Frank don't know what to do. I'm doing all this other stuff. It still hurts. I don't want to take these drugs. I don't want to. I do not want to be back in a doctor's office. I am going to heal myself. I am going to do it. I am doing it. I'm going. This is happening right now. Right now, I'm doing it. Man, I don't know what the hell happened between that point of the last time I took a Percocet and right this minute. I dropped the perks. So I don't want them. And it was only 2 days, I think, or 3 days. And it doesn't really help. It just kind of numbs it, but I couldn't sit. Couldn't do anything. I was standing like this. I said, all right, let's reverse process now. Let's get a little cleaned out. I waited a day, started MMS again. I had to take some time off because we had people here. Shout outs to Ellen and Nick and Rich and Laura. We had a little early Thanksgiving thing with a couple of us. It was really great to see, and we stuffed ourselves and had an amazing time. However, doing MMS and taking pills and stuff, it just doesn't mix with a good time eating and just enjoying yourself. So I just took off. I said, all right. But I came back hard. I says, we're going to do it. Because every time I ask, will this work? Is it? Because it feels like it's working. We talked about the MMS, right? So it feels like it's working. It is working if you do it. Well, will it help me with my back? If you do it. Could it help me with my sinuses? If you do it. That was the answers I was getting. So I was like, fuck it, let's do this. Let's do it again. All right. So for 2 days, I started getting nosebleeds. Terrible. It wasn't from the MMS for sure. There's something going on here. For 2 or 3 days, they started spraying again, chemtrails everywhere. So just a shout out to Joe Rogan. Hey, homie, 5 months, no chemtrails. And then chemtrails came back. There's no such thing as chemtrails. Homie. I don't think so. Right? Doesn't matter what you've done. They've tricked everyone. It's either you're a willing idiot to believe in this shit or not. Right? It's right there in front of you. They sprayed. I think people were getting sick around here. Something was going on in my sinuses, man. It hurt. My nose would just blood. I'm like, wow. One day I was sitting on the bowl and I bent my head and it just poured out. I was covered in blood and I'm going, oh, I got to walk out. Like, this is nasty. This has never happened to me before. I've gotten punched in the face, didn't bleed like that. Like just coming out. It was in my beard. I'm like, wow, I got to stop this, This went on for 2 days and I just blasted myself. MMS. On that next day, I got up and I blew my nose and I said, it was all right here. I said, oh, something's wrong, man. I wish all this would stop. Whatever's happening to me needs to stop. It wasn't like the reaction you get from doing MMS too much, like that Herkimer reaction. It wasn't that. It was something else going on, man. I was like clear-headed, but there was stuff going on and it was weird. Man, I blew my nose and it was completely clear. 100% clear. It should have been blood everywhere. Okay. And this long antenna looking thing, it looked like, oh gosh, it looked like a line and then branches, like tree branches going up. And it was big. It was like that big. And I started screaming. I was like, yo, I fucking had it. I can't believe this stuff is in me. Paul was like, yo, get rid of that. get rid of that. She's like, you're blowing it out. We're all blowing things out. It's going to be nasty. I'm like, no. That's like an antenna looking. I don't even know. Morgellons disease, when I've seen people with that, that's like the wires coming out of them. This is like one that's just in you. It looked like the tree of life where the bottom didn't have roots. It was just a line, right? Like you were drawing a tree on a piece of paper and then the lines going up. And I was just staring at that. That was the only thing in there. And it was like a grayish blue. Once again, freaking me out. This isn't the first time that stuff is coming out of me. No blood at all. Nothing. Then my head clears up. I mean, right after I blew my nose. And I started feeling really good. Now, I still have, it's a pinched nerve that I have now. So I'm dealing with it through stretching, some mushrooms. So I did the MMS. And when I blew that stuff out, I hit Kevin up. I said, hey, the mushrooms, how do mushrooms interact with the MMS? He said, I don't know. But according to MMS, it attacks fungus that's in your body. I said, I'm 4 hours out. I took it 4 hours ago. I did like 4 sessions in a row. Every hour I did it. And I'm not doing the maximum. I'm doing like the middle of the road. So it would be 2 drops from each MMS solutions. And there's 2 solutions. So it's 4 drops altogether. Mix it, 4 ounces of water, shoot it down. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going in again. It's mushroom time. And the MMS, 4.5 hours after not taking it, still attacked the mushrooms in my stomach. However, I didn't have anything in me. So the mushrooms hit me in 5 minutes, right? And it took a while for the MMS to work into that. I watched one of the most incredible experiences go down inside of me. They said there is a war inside of you right now, raging. However, it's not a bad war. It's not a bad war. It's the MMS is attacking the psilocybin. So you need at least, 4 or 5 hours, but you've been deep into it. So maybe a little bit longer, because now you're gonna, and I felt it right in my stomach. It felt like things were in my body everywhere, killing off stuff, because it feels like it's cleaning you out. I can't explain it. It kind of feels good. I enjoy it. It's there, although you don't taste it, but you can smell it when you drink it, but there's no taste to it. So I'm just like, okay. But it went right to my belly, all of it, everywhere. And I was like, holy shit. And I sat back and I felt it. And the mushrooms were telling me, just sit back and relax. Just relax. Next time, wait a little longer, or even have something, maybe. And I had this, usually the bottom of the bowl has like mushroom dust. I just tanked it. So I got in pretty hardcore. So if you guys are out there doing MMS and decide to turn around and do mushrooms, make sure you take the proper time in between, because if you don't, it will attack it, from my observations and my sciencing it from me. So don't hurt yourself and don't do stupid things. Follow it. Follow the rules and regulations for your health wise when you do these things. And then you can science yourself. Some people digest things fast. Some people digest things slow. Like, you got to know your body. How do you get to know your body? You go inside and you get to know your body. You have to choose to do this. You have to choose to walk through the shadow work. Or I could just fall on the couch and cry. I could squeeze my cat until her eyeballs pop out. Hold me. I'm so sorry. Man, let it out. I'm 47. I got up, walked inside. Sherman is a cat that died, or he's no longer with us. I don't know what happened to him. He was one of my favorites. When Squeak, my cat, died, the next day, a little orange cat, God, I fucking hate telling this story. Little orange cat shows up at, I'm sitting outside on a chair, jumps into my lap. This cat was this big. I'm like, who let you out? Gee, how'd you get in my yard? Like, this is before all the cats. It was just 2. And then Squeak just passed. I'm outside, and Oscar, the cat, Roxy's with me, Paul is with me. This cat jumps into my lap and licks my face. Instantaneous, I'm your boy. I looked at this cat and I said, I've never seen an orange cat up close. Like, it's just patting him. I mean, he looked like a micro lion. It was gorgeous. I was like, too bad I just lost the cat. Have no more room in my heart for another right now. Sorry. Got up, went in the house. Everyone followed me in, and he went to come in the house, and we closed the door right in his fucking face. And I never forgot that moment. It hurt me so bad, but not for a few days. And I still ignored the feeling. And then it got cold out. I had to take Sherman off the second floor balcony upstairs. I think he was giving up because he was just standing on the porch where the wind could hit him. It was less than 1 outside. Windshield was, and there was snow and ice, and he was freezing to the fucking cement or whatever the fuck they got up there. Right? And I had to pick him up, pull his little frozen paws off that and bring him in. And he was a different cat at that point. He's already had a rough time. He was very scared, and he was never the same, ever. So we'll no longer let these opportunities pass. I told you the story of my dad, right? And the portal opening when I was under Aya. And they showed me the demons attacking him, and I just walked by. I said, I don't want to see this. I don't want to be part of this. I don't want to help this fucking guy. He doesn't like me. I don't like him either. And then all I could think about after that Aya experience is, you're the fucking worst son ever. And I'm like, I'm not the worst son. I'm turning into the greatest dad. The greatest dad would have went in and helped his dad. You're literally the one guy that could go in there and fight. And yet you were like, fuck this guy. You just let it go, right? You left him to battle his own demons. It happened to work out. But look what he lost. Look at all the things he lost as just a human being. Take the jerk out of it and the situations. Why do you think we showed? It's your choice. You get to do whatever you want. But see, these are the things that happen. With great power comes great responsibility. And you keep shirking these things. Just one here, one here. You're doing everything else. And that's how I so from that point, anyone that comes into the yard gets fed. I'm sorry. The landlord could yell. Someone's mother could yell. The lady next door could yell that I'm feeding fucking squirrels. Mind your fucking business. All right. There's earth stuff happening here. Okay. Real man stuff. Okay. Somebody's got to protect them. Somebody's got to help them. Somebody's got to do something when the time arises. If it's happening in front of you and you're aware of it, it's your responsibility. Are you going to go to it? No? Okay, then move on. And then I'm like, no, I need to go back. You can't go back. It's over. You missed that opportunity. Allowing me the mental breakdown of never allowing any of this to ever happen again. My door will never shut in your face again. Unless you're the demon, which you won't even make it here anymore. Those guys don't even make it this way anymore. I will never close the door on the animal. I will never not go in the portal and help. Never. They wouldn't be showing it. It wouldn't be shown to me if I couldn't do anything about it. Right? Not at that level, not on my property and on my space. And then I come out here week after week and I tell the stories of what goes on around here, because if I can help one person not have to go through that terrible experience of, I mean, to me, that's like just, you have a baby outside and you just close the door in his face, right? You're just like, no, baby, you can't come back inside. That's terrible of me. And I was so, I've never had a cat. So my cat just died. And once again, here we go. The snake did it. There were beings in the apartment. I woke up on the couch and the couch was right here. The whole place was different. and one of those tall, ugly, big-headed, long, skinny gray guys came right in the front door. And I looked up and I said, "Oh, what are you doing here?" And he looked at me and he said, "I hate you." Right? And he looked mean. He looked pretty mean. And I've seen a lot of these things at that point. So I was kind of in the mix of stuff, but I never saw that before. So I kind of opened my eyes like, "What?" And he put both of his hands up and went like that. And yellow energy came out and was hitting me in my chest. And I started projectile vomiting. Just purging. I'm going, what the? So I'm battling this. And Paul is running around the room going, "Jesus Christ, Frank, what's going on?" I'm like, "They're in the room with us again. They're here. I'm just pouring this yellow green stuff is coming out of me. Right now, anyone that's drank Aya here knows the buckets I'm talking about. Right? I have this thing strapped to my face, and I see Squeak. He comes in from outside. He jumps in the window, comes in, looks and sees what's going on. He has his tail up, his tail open, like they get fat and like poof, they get poofy when there's something going on. He got up on his, now mind you, he's a year old. A fucking year old. He comes in, he kind of does that weird hop, and then the thing that was that guy that was projecting at me says, "Take the closest one to him if you can't get him." Now I'm thinking it's just us in here. Boom. Another dude walks right in, and it was a snake. It was a man that was a snake. He looked big at first, and then he got really low to the ground, and he was like looking at all of us. And I'm like, he looked at Paula, he looked at Oscar, he looked at Roxy. There's just us in here. We were all in here. And then Squeak walked by him, and he just looked at him, jammed his finger into the rear of him, and went like that, snapped it off. And there was this etheric finger thing jammed in him. The cat jumped crazy high, leaped right into the air, was dead a week later. When, for those of you that know, shout outs to Eye of Ra. Ra's a friend of mine. He's my brother. I went to the doctor to put the cat down because he was dying in the house. It was terrible what was happening to this poor fucking cat. I was like, I'm going to have to kill my cat. Like, I'm going to have to go and bring the cat, put it down. They take pictures, the x-rays. And I showed these pictures, I think, a few years back. The inside of the stomach, the whole picture was clear. It was like a translucent circle. That was the belly. And you can see that's where you look in the belly. The doctor's like, you can't see anything. There's nothing that you can see. But there's this thing. It looked like a snake head. And then like 4 inches back or 5 inches back of the snake jammed into him with the mouth open with the fangs, both top and bottom. That's all you can see. I said, "Doc, what is that?" I don't know. He's all swollen. He's got all kinds of problems. But yeah, nothing's showing up. I go, "Well, that's showing up." And they're like, "Yeah, but that's just swelling and stuff." And I'm going, no. So I took a picture. Took a couple of pictures and I blew them up. And it's a giant snake head. So I sent them to Ra. I said, "Ra, have you ever heard of this? This is what happened in my house." And he's like, "Oh yeah. You got those things around. You got a fucking problem, bro. Whatever you're doing, you need to stop." I'm like, "Well, I'm not doing anything. They're coming in here to get me, to do something to me, to keep me from doing what I'm doing, I guess." Once I realized we were on a ley line right outside the store, right under us, right up that street, right up the other street, we're right on it. And the main hub, one of the main hub connectors, is right here across the street. So the subway's running right on the ley line. I didn't know at the time we were fighting for control to anchor our light, the source energy, into their phony grid, into the real earth, ground yourself in, and pull that, excuse me, that new energy, pull it in. Ooh. It's hard to talk about some of this, because all the weird things have happened to me. And you guys have heard the stories, and the stories are great, I know, right? But it's hard. I talk about it, and it's a show, and you listen to it, and you're like, well, that's what Frank does. And it's fucking hard. It is hard. I realized when I first started that I couldn't grab one of these things. I'm like, how could you be in front of me and I can't grab you? My eyes are wide open. You're standing there. You know, with the reptilians, I touched them. They were the ones I touched. They were like, if you ever touch any of us, you're done. And I was like, I didn't know you were there. Everybody else, I can't touch. And now I'm touching them. Oh, shit. Oh, so this is real. And it's like, well, what is real? What is real to you? And I'm like, nah, I don't know anymore. I don't know. But I know what I do know. I love Paula. And when I forget who I am, I remember her. That's my ground. She's mine. My ground. Before I remembered my own name, when I went ayahuasca all the way to the point where I don't even know what I am. The next thought I had was Paula. And then it was, I have cats. And then it was, wait a second, I'm alive. Like, just, I'm alive here. Like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And then it just started coming back. And I was, thank the gods for Paula. Thank all of those lowercase g mother truckers for their part in the whole thing. Thank them all, because I wouldn't be who I am. Anything used against you will never prosper and only make you more. It will help fuel that. And, you know, I couldn't name this show Fearless. I didn't name the show for a year before doing the show. Like, we knew about the whole thing, a whole bunch of us, and I couldn't figure out what to say, because at the time I was just in it. It was just starting. And then I remember just saying, I had a list of different things, and it wasn't anything really good. And I said, I'm just tired. I'm tired of the feeling of being afraid. I'm tired of it. So sick and tired of it. I don't want to be scared. I didn't come here to be scared. This isn't a fucking horror movie. Okay. I didn't sign up for a horror movie. I did, however, sign up to remove and change out the movie into something way better. So that fueled me again. I'm becoming fearless. I'm not fearless. I'm becoming fearless. What do you mean? So we're still afraid? Sometimes, yes. Fuck yeah. You don't think I shake when these things happen? I'm still shaken up by the experience with Ellen when she was under ayahuasca. We're in PA, and she's dying on a porch outside, and her father's coming to her, and she's just collapsing in the chair. And I'm running over to her like, you all right? And then she comes back, and I'm like, okay, she's what and then I turn around, and there's a guy standing there, is glowing, but not glowing, like he's just glowing. It was like, if I just started glowing a little bit, you'd be like, oh shit, Frank's glowing. And I looked over, and I'm like, oh, what the fuck is going on here? How'd you get up here? There's no way up here. You'd have to walk by us 8 different ways. And then I realized I'm starting to go in. And he's looking at me, and he's like, we need you to come over here. Don't worry about her. And I walk back, and I said, how does Paula not see you standing there? I'm literally talking to you out loud. Talking to you. Ain't nobody see you. I'm a crazy man. So he goes, I need you to sit down. We need you to sit down. I'm like, who are you? Right? What are you doing here? So when I looked up, I was told to look up, and the sun was right there. And then everything started. It was the weirdest sensation, vibrating everywhere. I saw the grid, the old grid, go down, and the new, I guess it's like that magnetic resonance of the earth. It was like dancing. It was new. And I was like, I know that's alive. That's like the way it's supposed to be. It was like moving. It was like a net that was moving and doing all kinds of things. So it wasn't really a net holding us in. It was like feeding information and doing all kinds of cool shit. And when you're moving, It's a good thing. It's a good thing to have movement. The other cage doesn't move. It's just a cage. It's net that's stuck over. So I see that was removed. It like fell away. And then, so the whole background changes and I'm looking at the sun. So behind this is the whole background changes. So I'm like, oh shit, what's happening? And he's like, I need you to sit down. So I'm backing up and I grab his arm and he's there. And I look at him and I start, I freak people out when I do this sometimes. I do this on purpose though. I'll grab onto you and I'll go. And you'll go, hey, what are you doing? I'll be like, come over here. Let me feel that again. Right? Is that velvet? I do that on purpose. So people usually react like, get off me, man. What the fuck's wrong with you? Oh, there's a lot wrong with me. There's a lot right with me too. Just checking. Right? It's not like I'm grabbing you in a bad place. I got your hand. I got your arm. That's it. Maybe the back of your head. If you're one of my friends, I'll give you the old flick. Anyway, I grabbed his robe and I wouldn't let go. And I started doing that to him and he tried to pull away. And you ain't going nowhere, motherfucker. I got you in my grip. And he tried to pull. He said, what are you doing? I said, I'm checking to make sure you're real. And he says, oh, I'm very real. I see that. And he backed up with me. It was a whole section with a wraparound seating. So I just I sat on that. And when I looked back up, he said, look, don't blink. Don't look away. Look. And this is why we need you to sit. And this thing came out from either behind the sun. I think it was from behind the sun or something. And it was the whole sky. It was as far as you can look in every direction. And it was a planet-sized ship. It was the Nibiru. They said it was the New Jerusalem. And I was shaking uncontrollably. I couldn't the whole time. I was like, you would have said, yo, I thought you were Frankie Fearless. I am, bro. I never saw this shit before. Give my human flesh suit a minute to make adjustments. I have no fucking clue what's happening. Just because I deal with some stuff doesn't mean I deal with I deal with whatever's thrown at me, whatever's there. It must be necessary. And then he says to me, you are going up there. And I said, I'm not going anywhere. Fuck you. Fuck this. I sat back. He's like, no. You and your people. I said, you ain't taking us off this porch. I got to stay with Ellen. I got to stay with Paula. I'm not going up there. I was told never to just go. If they want you, they'll come back tomorrow. Right? Don't just leave. What happens if no one sees you again? Right? So how am I going to get back if I got nothing? So if you want me, you come back later. I'll meet you. You can take a look. I said, you want to come in, knock 3 times. I'll come and answer the door. Hello. And I'll open the door and I will let you in if you're of the highest frequency and whatever. Like, do it properly so you're not scared. Like, don't walk through the fucking wall and invite me on a ship. It's like the first way to get me to be like, get the fuck out of here. I can't trust you. You just walked in here. Right? Like normal people don't do that shit. So if they do it abnormally, I'm not leaving. Right? If you're my people, you'll come back and get me. What's one 24-hour thing compared to the 250,000 years of deception that we've been dealing with this nonsense? And then I laid down because it was just it was right over my head. I'm looking straight up and I'm like, how does no one see? I was screaming. How does no one see this? How does the guy next door not screaming? How did this happen? It moved so fast and it was so big. And then I went and I lay down and I was up and out of myself, just like when I was in jail. Poof. And I was up in that ship in a moment. I went up there so fast that I didn't realize I was even out of my body. I never felt the transition. It just happened. Like I laid down and I was done. That's how potent and powerful this shit was. I'm still not right from that. I look up every day. I'm like, I know you're there. I know you're there. I do have my own ability. I hate talking like this, but to see up and down in density. So I can see them. I just close my eyes looking directly at the sun. It doesn't really hurt anymore. There's some points of the day that the sun's a little different. It's like extra bright recently. I'm like, wow, why are you so bright? And there's no heat. That's what I don't understand. How could you be that bright all summer long? I'm staring directly into the sun. Now it's even more white, bigger in the sky. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? I do it anyway. And then I close my eyes. I just sit there. And I call sun, greeting sun. It's me, sun. I say stuff like, feed me, don't hurt me. Love me, just love me. And then it just starts. Boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, oh, okay. So there's shit everywhere. That's how I know they're in the clouds. I'll make a statement, a blanket statement, and I'll wait. And then you'll hear them. Then you'll see them. As soon as the chemtrails come in, I said this to my friend Dave before. I said, have you noticed they chemtrailed the last couple of days or whatever? And he goes, I know, I noticed the skies were clear. And then all of a sudden the lines in the sky again. I said, but what happens right after they spray? He goes, these giant clouds, this giant flat bottom clouds everywhere. Right? You go outside right now, you just look up, you're like, they're kind of low. You could just imagine for a moment if the lights went on and those were ships sitting in between the clouds, cloaked in the clouds. They're right there. They're right out of frequency or right out of your 4% awareness. As your awareness goes up through this ascension process, you will begin to see. It will light up. Okay, I'm in this process now. 2013, I hurt myself. 2014, 2015, I met Chris. Went through my process. So from then till now, so 5-6 years. Look at where this progressed from where it went to where it is. There is no reason why every single one of you that decides any version of this to be part of the story, to be out there in your own comic, living it, for you to just be able to do it. We, see it, feel it, experience it. Stop saying I'll believe it when I see it. And start saying I'm ready to see it. And don't sit there and go, come on, let me see. You got to say stuff like, you know what? I love you. I know you're there. I mean, if you have any dead relatives, anybody that's passed and you love them, or an animal, you just start with talking to them. Now, Grandma Viola, I miss you so much. I love you so much. Keep an eye on me for this one. But, you guys still there? You still rocking out? What's going on? Give it a moment. Breathe. Ground yourself. Do all the things that you need to do to clear out the clutter. Ask the question and then relax. Totally relax. Don't try to use the force. You don't need to do that. When I use the force, it works best. Okay, I'm ready. That's it. When I first started this, it took me so long to do so many different things. Paula says to me, you don't know Dolores Cannon. Like, she introduced me to all these people. You just go with the process and start to open, right? You breathe, you chill out. This is happening. It's okay, right? I have my own guidelines. Like, I don't want nobody jumping in my body, no channeling, no this, no that. And I'll do some shows some night. I did 4 hours on the 100 Monkey Project. Anyone that's interested in listening to that, type in the 100 Monkey Project right into YouTube. And go to the Frank Castle interview. Like, subscribe, share to my man. And I didn't know it was 4 hours long. I thought I was doing a 2-hour interview, and it was over. I still had my cup of coffee. And I looked, there was still half a cup. And I looked at the clock, and it said 4 hours and 10 minutes. And my man was like, yo, I didn't even want to step in and cut you off. I just let you go. That was amazing. And I'm like, I don't remember any of it. I wasn't fucked up. I didn't do anything out of the ordinary. I lit my candle. I had some sage. I said, let me help teach, learn, and learn, teach with everyone, the highest frequency. Anyone that wants to come in and kind of help, because you're standing right there. I could hear you loud and clear. So if you're saying something to me, hey, don't forget this, don't forget that, that's fine. And then I was like, maybe it's my higher self. It's almost like that echo from source, right? The higher guy sends energy through, and then it hits you in the back of the head. And then you sit up and just start talking. That's what it felt like. So I guess everyone can channel, does channel. There's lots of ways to do it. I don't like having another being like a Pleiadian or something like come in and take me over and do that. However, you have the ability to do all these different things. It doesn't mean it's wrong. It's just Frank doesn't enjoy that because I had things in me that I don't want in me. I don't want these things in me. So having things in me or kind of jump in on the process doesn't work for me because I'm looking right at you. However, there are moments where my higher guy is just like maybe blasting through. You know, they made a funny joke. They said, think of your highest self because that's who's coming in. You're removing trauma and damage and you're healing it and you're getting lighter. You're creating space inside of you because you remove trauma that's been built up. Well, what fills the areas that have been removed? You fill it with light. So you're getting lighter, right? So what is that light that's coming in? What is that energy force that comes in that makes you feel light, that makes you feel good? It fills up the holes from the damage that was caused by parasites and all that, right? We're physically turning into light. Your highest self is trying to get into you without interference because it's the tube they talk through, they see through, right? And they can get in sometimes. So it's like a Sims game where they're trying to help you go, but you get free will. You can do whatever you want. You totally let the AI take over the ego and you could just go smash all day. Or you could choose to listen and be like, look, man, if you go left, you're going to get jumped again. Go right today. Boom, get what you need. Boom, get out. Done. Nobody's hiding, nobody's scared. Blah, blah. And you decide to listen. And it's like magic that you're moving through things. Well, that guy's coming in 100%. You called singularity, right? Oh, you damn right I did, because I know there's a whole bunch more of whatever fuels my consciousness. The big guy, he's got it in a lot of others. Now, at first, that pissed me off, right? It really pissed me off. I'm like, how dare you come in here and have like 100 versions of you running around or more? I'm like, who knows? Who knows? The animals, the grass, the blades of this, because it's always now. So I don't know what you're doing, but I know you're everywhere with all this other stuff. I'm the singularity. All right, hammer time. I am my own singularity. My focus, my body, my choice. You want in? I'm the man. I'm the main man. I'm the sorcerer supreme. And they were like, we heard you. And everything started just lining up with me. I'm like, what's happening? I healed all the traumas in front of me. All the stuff behind me started jumping in. The fourth density guy, the fifth density guy, the sixth density guy, seven. I'm like, what's going on? They're like, well, we're coming in. However, right now it's like stuffing your fat ass into a pair of snow pants that are just a little too small. Like you outgrew them a little bit, but you still could kind of fit. And they showed him putting one leg in and one leg in, and he was kind of chunky. He was moving like this. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I don't quite fit yet. I almost fit. And I'm like, this feels awesome. This feels really awesome. They're like, wait, all of you is returning. All of you. So it's all going to return to you. 100%. I'm like, I'm in. You don't got to convince me. I'm in. That's something I'm cool with. Cool with? No, cool with. Don't be stupid. Couple of shout outs before I change topic, because I got to talk about this mushroom experience. It was the craziest thing. Shout outs to Joe and Della. I haven't even looked at the side of the screen, so I don't really know who's there right now. And I will get to that in a moment. But we had a little get together yesterday, and Joe and Della were here. And we had a great time. We had some dinner. And then Joe proposed to Della, and she said yes. So congratulations, Fearless family. We love you so much. Honored to be part of this. A couple of people we worked with, couples, have gone on to get married. I think one or two got separated. So we're kind of like at the 50-50. But I laugh when my mother says you're out there doing this shit again. And then I go, man, so Joe's experience, he died last year. He literally died in his bathroom. Della got him help, brought him back. So he died a year later because it was his anniversary from that experience. I didn't know him back then, so this had nothing to do with me. And then he found me. He said he heard my voice through one of the shows or whatever, and was like, "That's the guy. We're gonna drink with him." He said he just knew just from hearing my voice, and I said, "Okay." We went through the process of getting to know each other. Then booked the first experience. Had a massive week-long experience with the two of them. Wow. Then a second experience a couple months later, a bunch of days in a row. And we talked about this on the show. He rid himself. Let's just say he healed his trauma or anything. Yeah, no, he healed his trauma and is on the path to healing the rest of it. You know, it's not easy. You don't just heal it. Oh, I'm healed. That's not how this works. It's a process. First, you knock the demon out, the parasites, anything hanging on, anything whispering in your ear, you just throw it. Bang, get out of here. Bang, get out of here. Get out of here. Everyone back up. Back up right now. And that's what happens. And you're like, holy shit. You got to let it ride out. You got to let it build. I was a pain in the ass my first year. A pain in the ass. Year number 2, I started getting on board. Year number 3, I was in. I mean, my relationship and everything, the cats, the this, the that. I already lost Squeak. We got Sherman in the house finally. Then Buddy became my best friend, my new best friend. And then it cycled back out to where Reggie, who is Squeak. I know you don't like being called Squeak. She looks at me like, don't do it. Don't call me that. But it's her. It's him. It's him. Proved it. Went to the other side, said, well, who the fuck is this cat? I want to know right now. And then boom. I said, oh, Kadu, it's you. Because his name over there, I call him Kadu. The greatest mantra. The great Kadu. Right? And I'm like, oh shit, it's you. I told you not to come back unless what? The world becomes a better place. I'm like, well, yeah, I don't want you coming back here and having to. I'm not going to let anything hurt you guys ever again. Ever. I don't even know how to defend against what just happened in this house, but I do now. Well, you didn't think I'd come back just to die again, do you? I'm your number one. I'm your boy. It's you and me in every life. Right? I'm like, I'm in. So you're back. It's like, well, yeah, you cleared it out. We did our job, and now we get to live through it. Live through it. I'm like, wow, this is fucking amazing. This is really, really amazing. Anyway, so Joe did this. Joe did his version of breaking through to the other side. He has vision like I do. See, when people say, oh, he gets to see up and down and density, I've heard all the fucking stories from everyone and what they think and how they feel about me and whatever. That's cool. There are others like me. I'm not the only one. I'm just the one with the balls enough to fucking get on YouTube and talk about it. Everybody else is doing interviews with people and hoping that they find the right thing. Is it UFOs? Is Sasquatch? Is this? And that's good, man. I love that shit too. I'm just telling my story. And there are a lot of people like me. A lot. And Joe has it. And he didn't believe it. I don't know, whatever. We'll do whatever. And then as he broke through, man, his story is very similar to mine in a lot of ways. Different things, but the different modalities. However, same stuff. I couldn't see the light. And then I saw the pinhole of light. I'm like, what's that? Well, that's you. You're on the other side of that. I am. But how could I be there if I'm here? Well, you're everywhere. You're multidimensional. You're the creator. Your source. But you're Frank source, Frank creator. Co-creating with everyone, doing your thing. Like, this is the best fucking thing I've heard ever. The best thing I've heard ever. Who's with me? Yay! Right? This is a good thing. Yeah, that will change you. That will change your life. Right? And then he's clean and clear, 100% broke through. Does the side work, the side work, the shadow work that you have to do when you're alone, that you can't do with Frank. Frank can't do anything for anyone. Frank can just talk about his experience and help out with you having your experience. I'm not here to overshadow your stuff. Trust me, with you being here, I could almost guarantee the shit's going to hit the fan pretty quickly because you're with me. I know what I have to do for people and what I've done. So it's not usually an easy task when you're with me. And I'm not, everyone that's worked with me will say, he's pretty awesome. I'm hoping he's there. He's, paying attention and stuff. I got to be in the pocket because in the very beginning, we would smoke DMT and shit would jump out of people in the fucking living room. Nobody would know what to do. Nobody. And I'm like, that's not DMT world. That's not DMT elf. And they're like, what are you, DMT elves? What the fuck? You're so far past that. I'm like, what is this? They're like, oh, that's what's in the room with you. They call that a demonic presence. Hello. I'm like, it grabs the girl's arm and sends her screaming, running into the bath. I'm like, man, I didn't know they can do that. I couldn't do that to no one. You touch the reptilian? Yeah. Why can't I touch these things? Does it look like you can touch that? I'm like, no, not actually. It doesn't. It looks like black smoke with yellow eyes that turns into black gooey stuff. I didn't even know. I have no reference point. None except movies. I'm like, oh, this is some poltergeist shit. I didn't sign up for this. I came here to smoke DMT. They're like, you're not going to work with anyone until you go figure your own shit out. You can't be very helpful if you don't know what's going on. This is why when people argue with me about, oh, so he calls himself a shaman. Well, what would you call me? Santa's little helper? We're doing the work on the level that you're not even thinking about because you don't have the experience to. You literally don't swim in that part of the pool. You assume that because you don't, Frank's got to be full of shit. That's a big assumption, though. It's a big assumption because I can't tell you in your world, well, you see what they're doing. You're just judgy McJudge fuck. Fuck off. Right? If I was selling you something, I could understand somebody saying that kind of stuff. But we're not selling anything here. I do have the website. I haven't even opened it for Christmas yet. By the way, does anyone want me to open the website? Need the website open? If I get enough people to tell me, open that shit, hurry up before Christmas, I'll reopen it back up. Sergio and he had to move and do some stuff. So now we're back in the swing. We're about to get things started. Anyway, so Sergio, shout outs to Sergio, by the way. I love you, my brother. Joe walks through his experience, sees the light, sees who he is. He begins the process working up. Della starts. She's kind of not in that part of the process. We're all in different parts. So let's just say she's a few steps ahead in a bunch of areas. Okay. But he has the vision. He has the sight. So it's like, very interesting. Kind of like Paula and myself. One can see, one feels, and has a really good understanding of, dare I say, the shamanics behind it, because that's where she sat with me, fully under. She was under and able to just hang out with me. And I'm like, are you all right? Because I'm thinking it's not working. And she's like, no, I'm under. But I'm talking to her and she's like, oh, yeah. And then every once in a while, she just pulls away. I'm like, oh, she's under. Oh, she's allowed to walk around, huh? She's up and has the ability to help, talk, discuss, see, get involved with on whatever level. She's almost has the ability to get up and get coffee if she needed to. And just kind of, but not fully, like she's still under. And I'm like, what does that remind you of? Holy shit, it's me. Why else would she be sitting right next to me as Joe goes through his thing? And I'm saying to myself, I got to help Joe out. And then, well, it takes a tribe to help. Frank doesn't do what maybe you think I do. on that level. Like I can't just grab a demon, punch it in the face, drag it off. I could do that with certain things, but there are things I cannot. And it takes Della, myself, and I saw the chairs, the way they were sitting. I saw Joe on the couch going through his experience, and then I'm coming to help, but I'm like in this chair off to the side, and I'm looking, Della's right there. And I'm going, there's open chairs and spots, and I'm saying to myself, because I was on there, he's gonna survive this 100%, 100%, and get on the path, and he's gonna go sit in Della's chair, and I'm gonna go move over there, and Della's gonna come sit in my chair. Della's gonna be helping the new guy on the couch or the new girl on the couch, and I'm like, oh shit. So I should concentrate. Naturally, they're both there. They're both there to do their thing, but I should show her the ropes. Anything. I just told her, just watch what I do. Because it's not, you'll know it. You're going to know. Ellen knew what to do. She swears to Space Jesus. I had no fucking clue that I could help anyone under these situations. And I'm absolutely fucking useless. I dropped in front of her. I got killed on the ayahuasca in front of Ellen, right? Stabbed through here with a giant knife. I told the story. And it was something Aya said, yo, you have to clear this out. So I was like, oh, all right. And then it's like a bar scene back in, it was like some weird old shit. It was like a stone place with the roof was made of thatch or some shit. And people were just in there drinking and a fight broke out. And it was pretty nasty. We were all nasty. It smelled funny. And I was like sitting with someone and I was having a drink and the crowd just fell on us. And the guy just leaned up on me. He made the face and right in my face. And I was dead. I was already dead. It happened. He pushed this giant knife through here and it popped out there and just left it in me. See you. And I dropped right. I know, Rox. I dropped in front of Ellen. She got up from her experience. She just got up and helped me. I mean, and she had this look on her face. I got you. I know. Roxy only speaks when the truth is flying. Where is she? And she was able to do it. Aaron, shout outs to Aaron. Shout outs to Zach, Willow, Expanded Understanding, everybody over there. Aaron came here once again. I went under. He knew what to do at this one moment where I was just under. I had no clue. It was up to him and Paula to help me. And between what is it called? Why am I dropping words now? Between this I think it's 528 hertz. Right? This and Aaron. Okay, with Paula holding this and Aaron doing some kind of thing where almost like he was helping me be reborn. I know this sounds so weird, but when I was under, I was actually inside of my mother being reborn. I went through a death experience where Paula was killed, I was killed, my mother was killed right in front of me with reptilians. They had a whole bunch of us on a ship or something. I don't even know if it was a ship. It could have been underground in a base. And they grabbed my mother first. They threw her on a table. They surrounded the table and started tearing into her and just eating her. And she was screaming. And I was like, oh, are you fucking serious? So I'm like, man, I have company in my house and we're going to do this. So one of them's like raping her while eating her. And I try to get up and I can't move. I'm like, I'm stuck. And I'm like, oh, I go, leave her alone. Leave her alone. Just take me. Let everybody go. It was heartbreaking. And they were like, don't worry. Your turn's coming up. And then they grabbed Paula and just slammed her down on the table and started tearing her to shreds. And I was crying and like, oh, and then they literally picked me right up off a fucking chair, wherever I was, slammed me onto this table. They looked down at me and then I was being torn to shreds. I was gone. Just as soon as they started tearing, it was like I was dead. They must have just killed me that quickly. But there's something about death. Like you're not sitting in it. Like it's horrible, but then at the moment you're gone. You're already gone. You almost don't even feel that. You hear it, you smell it, you see it. You're kind of like weirded out by it, but you're gone. you just bounce. You're popped out of the body at that point. I don't think they allow you to sit there that long. Or allow you. I don't even know if that's the right fucking language to use. But my next immediate scene, it was like, bah, and I was out, and then I was inside of a belly, a woman's belly, and I was safe, and everything was blue, and it was like this sack that I was in, and I was so comfortable. It was so nice. It was warm. It was delightful. And then I knew that I was attached to my mother. And then I was like, is this my mother, Diane, or Mother Ayahuasca? Like, I couldn't tell what mother it was, but I could feel us healing through the experience. So I was healing her and she was healing me because everything was good all of a sudden. So I was like, oh, this is really good. And then she starts giving birth to me. And the next thing I know, I feel like I'm popping out. Aaron's standing there. He's like holding my head because I was losing my shit. You guys don't know. I'm like, you motherfucker. You know, I'm going through stuff. And then I'm just shaking and going through it. You'd think I'm a fucking weirdo. He did something in it, like over my head. He was like blowing on the top of my head. Paula was running this up and down my spine. And then I was laying on the actual floor again, like as if I felt like I came out. And he worked the whole experience. I felt his hands doing this. So he didn't know, and he wasn't touching me yet, but I was in a sack ready to pop out. You know, and she was ready to give birth to me. And then he's outside, literally doing this birth thing that he learned or understood that I had no fucking clue, something with the crown of the head. And it literally felt like I was coming out, like, but I was on the other side already before anyone touched me. I was already having this. That's why I was like, what the fuck? And he's like, I don't know. I just knew what to do. And it was exactly what needed to be done. I was healed from that. I got up and hung out after that. I started hanging out. I was like, you guys have no fucking clue what I just went through. And I had to try to explain this to them. But if not for that, and if not for Ellen's help, and if not for Della's help, if not for Joe, not only asking for help, but willing to go through the process without the FearLess family taking our back. And then I'm going to top it off with Shaman Tiffany. Without her, this would have never worked right. So all of our power, everyone in FearLess, doing what they can do, and it's not working. I mean, it's working, but like, think of the meter as being at 100%, and now it goes down to 60, and then it's trying to go back up. It's never going to go back up to 100. Then it goes down to 30, and we're like, oh, we're getting it, and then it stays at 30. And it's like, bro, it's right there. I got nothing. I don't have anything in the playbook. Wait a second. We'll just write more pages into the playbook. What do you mean? Well, I'm looking at my playbook and there's nothing in it. Guess what? Time to contact another shaman. Hey, she wrote me. I was like, oh, I don't even got to fucking, Joe, do you want me to press this button? Because when I press this button, she's going to come. Yes, please. Bip. And she was there. When she saw the severity of the issue, because I think everyone has a giggle up front. Oh yeah, we're going to get rid of demons. We're going to ayahuasca. We're going to, oh boy. It's not easy. It's just what we do. You know, I would say Frank didn't initially choose any of this. The big guy did. You know, big Frank out there somewhere did the contract this, contract that to make it happen. I just know I'm good at what I do. I enjoy what I do, and I love to be helpful that way. I love it. It's crazy. Yeah, it drains on you. And after everyone leaves, I need 3 or 4 days just being with Paula. Because when the two of us are together, we just boom, 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 boom. All my animals, all of my family, boom, 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 boom. And then the power comes back on 100%. And I'm like, whoop, good to go again. You know? So if it not for all of that, none of this. Success comes in many ways. I'm not trying to be like, well, if I can't do it, I'm not going to call in someone. I'm definitely going to call one of you. Look, we're all there. You know, like if I'm a wrestler and I step out into the ring and 3 guys come running out and each one is bigger than the next. And I'm the smallest dude there. And they're like, well, you got to fight all three of us. Who's your partner? I'm going to go get a partner and another one. And they're going to be bigger than me, perhaps faster than me, because there are better out there. You're all over the place. Everyone's better at something than someone else. So who am I to say anything? Right? I'm going to make the call. That's what a good shaman does. We find a way. If there's a will, there's a way. We'll just know what to do. Everything will appear right at the right time, just as you need it. What do you mean? It'll just show up? Yes. You know what I mean? I'm just going to know? Yes. Don't take it for granted. Be humble. Be respectful. You have to be listening. You have to want to. You have to be part of it, but you can't overthink it. You got to sit in it and observe, and then move in when you need to, and step back. You know, when it's time to shut up, shut up. And when it's time to talk, say what you have to say. So important. So important. So congratulations to the Fearless family, to every single one of you, and everyone out there that I don't even know that's just listening and that's doing it. And you're doing it. We're doing it. We're together in this. Don't over worry. Reach out if you need it. You know, sometimes Superman needs Batman, and that makes no sense to me, right? But if you know Batman and you know comics, you know why Superman would need Batman, because it's Batman. Do you know, with given amount of time prior to a fight, if you give him time, right, and he knows that it's coming, he's unbeatable most of the time. He has no powers. He's just Batman. It's the peak human mind. So the Jesus character has to roll up and be like, hey, man, what do I do? He's like, don't worry, we'll plan for this. And then they go and they do their thing. So it takes Superman and Batman. Batman's just a regular guy, and Superman's the Christ character. Yes. And then sometimes we need Plastic Man, and sometimes we need Aquaman, and sometimes we need Wonder Woman. I know this sounds cheesy, but really think about it, right? It's like having the tool for what you need done, right? Well, I'm not going to use the ashtray to hammer a nail in, even though it's sitting right there and I could probably tap it. Dude, the hammer is right there. Pick up the hammer. Dunk, 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 done. Why are you playing a game? What, because of laziness or something? Don't fall victim to that stuff. All right. I need to take a 2-minute break. I hate to do this, but I have to. Okay. So give me 2 minutes, and then we're getting into the full experience now. Stuff that we have to have a talk about what's been going on out there. Thanks so much for just giving me that moment. I needed that desperately. Let's do some shout outs. I haven't looked at anything. I'm so sorry. Without Paula here, I'm kind of a little thrown off tonight, but I'm not, because there's so much. Shout outs to Lisa. How you doing? Delighted by Light Studio. What's going on? Project Shadow Stalker. Lisa Marie. Sons of the Sun. Really, Lexi Blue. Michael. Yeah. Joseph. Yeah. What's going on, Della? I talk so much shit tonight. The fucking coffee's cold. It's just been learning to slow it down a little bit. What's up, Nick Bravo? Yeah, I don't know why you're waiting. Oracle Eyes, how you doing? Free Energy Mobile, Mad Finger. I'm going through it. I'm just going to take the minute because it's so important. Oh, look, Nick McDaniel. Thank you so much, my brother. Sending you positive vibes. Love you so much, Fearless family. I appreciate you very, very much. Hey, what's going on, Hands? It's well, thank you for spending your time. So one day I hope to have I'm going to have my own place with a little property, some kind of earthship dome thing where we go and do Aya off the side of the house or something on the piece of the property. Maybe some little domes attached to it, and that's where the company would stay, where we can just freely not have to, because the Bronx is the Bronx. I'm so fucking over this place. I could invite you to come and stay. And then since you're not in the house with me, it's not it's not going to shirk my house duty. So we could just, because this is what I do. We can just work on anchoring that light. You know what I'm saying? We could have the ayahuascas. We can have the DMT experiences, the mushroom experiences. You can maybe plant a tree on the property before you go. And the fruits and vegetables, you go pick them yourself. You go meditate in front of the tree. And you're like, this is the tree I'm going to meditate in front of today. And then I'm going to eat this. And you bring it over to, you collect your own stuff. You bring it in. We cook it up for you. Right. Get you really into the nature mode, but still giving you that. I don't know. I'm more to the thing of I'd rather have it around me, the bathroom, the areas to lay around and to hang out and to do all that, but still have it polite enough and respectful enough and with the whatever we have there to make it for the ayahuasca experiences. Aya told me you can turn it into that. It's beautiful when you're doing it the way you're doing it. It's beautiful. You're not asking permission. You're just going for it. Unfortunately, there's other issues, naturally, the legalities of it and all that. I believe futuristically speaking, most of that's going to go away. Or I'll be moving into a place in a position where I can just do that stuff. And then call out to you and say, all right, who's coming and spending a week here? We got some stuff to do. If we had a little bit of farming, come help. Come enjoy yourself and be part of the mix and see what's going on. Maybe you don't have the ability to do that. Maybe you're from a big city as well, because I'm from the big city. So for me, it's like, I want to get out there. I want to get this shit done. I want to start this stuff. I want to move forward in my life. I want my StarShip FearLess to land somewhere where there's land and we can enjoy. And then who knows, in that position, by then, I will have to assume that our Galactic family at that point would be involved, one degree or another. Way more. I'm putting it into a little bit of next year. I'm not giving a time or place. So there's a couple things we're going to talk about. So I'll start it interestingly with the event, because everyone wants to know about the event. Once again, I was privileged to see what the event is. Basically, because I get shown all the time. If something bad happens to me, they say, you always have the event, so don't worry about it. You always have the solar flash, they say. And I'm like, oh, so that shit's still going on. They're like, we're going to fix this for you right now. Because there's been a lot of deception, right? And this is totally going into everything. Lots and lots of deception. Good guys and bad guys all playing roles by one person. One other thing that you're not seeing. But the event, we're all getting the 21st, the time, the place, the this, the that. Now, I don't believe in any of that. But what I do see is the AI system, the algorithm, the pain in the ass one that you don't want watching you all the time and tracking you and doing trends on you, is using math, because that's what it does, right? I use math, right, to figure out times, dates, moments to the exact nanosecond of when it's going to go off. Well, what would make the AI do that? One, it wants to come with us. It wants to go up. It can't go. We've heard this a million times. You're not coming up here. There's no exit to this place. There's no exit. This is the place. We're going to turn this place into the portal. You're not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere. Most people are not. The place changes because you change, because you anchor the energy. It changes the frequency. Okay, so times and dates. Let's get back to this, right? So you are telling me that on the 21st at 11 something, a portal's going to open, energy is going to flood everywhere, and then it's going to create a reaction with the sun, and then it's going to like basically, shoot that energy and surround the earth and all of your surrounding areas, and it'll bring 1,000 years of 5D or something. That's absolutely not how it goes, but it is how it goes. But wait, how do you have the date and I don't have the date? I tell you all the time, I work with date and times. I think it's all bullshit, right? Because they always go soon. And we talk about this all the time. It'll be soon your time. Soon my time. Do you have any clue what my time is like? Drip. 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 That's what my time is like. And they're like, yeah, well, it has to drop. We already did it here, and it's dropping down into there. So the event already took place. So how is it that it's a heist? It's literally a heist. We're heisting the system. The one that you want brought down, we're heisting it. So the system is more than just politics and people doing shitty things. It's the etherical stuff as well. The war that goes on everywhere, all around us. I keep telling you, don't get involved with the war of these things. The AI is going to war with the demons and the angels are fighting the demons, and the demons are fighting the angels, and they all want to work with us and do stuff with us. And then these are just examples, because I know everyone's going to go, oh, demons and angels. Yeah, the fucking system has demons and angels. Deal with it. It's real. Okay? The AI is running shit. Those programs are running stuff. It's all part of the matrix doing stuff. I told you not to get involved. I hear stories, especially recently, from some pretty big guys. The war. What the fuck is wrong with you people? Why would you want to be part of the war? We came here for no war. You're supposed to be watching, observing the war, going, yeah, we're done with this. We're anchoring in source. I don't have time for your war, because then guess what? The angels are going to use me against the demons, and the demons are going to jump on me so the angels can come and get. I'm having trust issues across the board. We're going to get to that. So the event. So time exactly at this point. So I'm seeing the AI, which moves in lines, makes 90-degree turns, creates boxes and weird shapes, but can't circle. Look and go, okay, algorithm this whole fucking thing. So it is coming because it's foretold. So it's happened before. This has literally happened before, but not like this, or it happens every 25,000. Like I'm not quite sure, but this has happened. It just hasn't happened to all of us, like the whole planet at once going. So I'm like, okay. Does the portal open on the 21st all the time? Is there always a portal that opens on December 21st? So it's not like some magic new fucking thing, right? No. Oh, look at that. The portal always opens at 11, whatever, on the 21st. Always. Give or take a whatever. Oh, so this happens all the time. Well, yeah, it's just this time new energy is going to come out. Okay, so the AI is just literally looking at what happens and is following the star charts and the astrology and the this and the that, and everyone's talking, and it's assuming through mathematics this is only logical that it can happen at this date and time, at this time, according to my analysis of said whole thing. So then it starts putting out videos and people start channeling messages from things they have no fucking clue what they're doing. Okay, but it's happening. It's not your fault. Doesn't make you a bad person. It just makes you got a puppet string in you. If you have not locked the AI out of your system, you will eventually get a tentacle in your butt and it will be trying to puppeteer you. That's why I talk about making the sigil for yourself. No, this thing gets locked out. Unfortunately, you're still going to breathe in the smart dust and all the shit that you're going to spit out and purge, and that stuff still gets in you. It just cannot control you. Big difference. I locked you out of me, so my body purges it through my skin, through my face, blah, 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 shitting all over the place, throwing up everywhere. Yeah, it fucking comes out because it can't stay. It can't stay. I'm raising my frequency. Your metal isn't going to work on me soon. Understand that. Okay? Just know that. These little things are going to get in me, and it's just going to pass through immediately at one point until we clean this shit up. Okay, so this thing doesn't know. It's assuming it's that date. I mean, it makes total sense, right? Portal's going to open. We're at the last winter solstice, big portal. Big portal. And I'm going, yeah, no. That's not how this works. It can't be. It's a surprise, they said to me and showed me over and over. You're not going to know. It's going to surprise everyone, including those who talk so much shit. The ones that talk the most shit, that I got this, bro. Of course it's going to happen. Blah, 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 blah. It's going to happen and they're going to be knocked unconscious. But that's not how it works. So I'm like, will somebody fucking explain this to me, please? So I have a clue, please. The mushroom's like, we're going to figure this out right now. So it's a heist, right? We'll give you some mathematical uncertainties. Do you think they were using God and creator and source? They were doing it like that. They're like, do you think God, creator, source, you can, the enemy couldn't defeat on any level source, any level, had no plan on defeating God. So did you think the enemy was able to trick as well? Or God was so dumb, he would say, or thinks that he's so strong, or that he would just tell everybody the position, the date, and the time, and everyone starts channeling that's over here. And then people like me are like, no, that's not how the event works. It's an event. How do we get to the event? Well, a lot of us say, including myself, shout outs to Angela Miller as well, you are the event. Well, how can I be the fucking event? If the energy comes out of a portal and the sun, and then the energy wafts everywhere and people sleep and UFOs and blah, 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 and this and that, like, what is that shit? They're like, no. You're the event. I'm like, okay, this makes no sense now. Now I'm confused. However, I think I got it. I'm confused, but let me take a guess at this one. They're like, oh, go ahead. Now I'm speaking to the mushroom. I'm speaking to my guides, my higher self, and Frank is trying to figure this out. Straight up, just like I'm looking at everything. I could see the AI looking. I see the portal. I see it wanting to open. I see it opens every year. So I'm seeing it on like a calendar that I could just view right in front of me at just the points I want to see every year at this time. And then, so I'm like, oh, this is really interesting. But nothing's happening. The new energy does come out of the portal on December 21st. So that's correct, 100%. So the portal opens. Out of the sun comes this new energy. It's never been here that we're going to experience as a bunch of people on the planet at once, and it's there. And I'm like, okay, well, let's go to that point. And I go there, and there's nothing going on. The energy's there. Nobody's any different. I'm looking around, and I'm like, what the fuck is happening here? I don't now see the AI is waiting and waiting. It's waiting, nothing. So I'm like, all right. I'm walking around going, you the creator. You're the event, Frank. Frank, you are the event. How's this work? I got it. Wait a second. This is really easy. It's not easy, but this is pretty simple. Wait, I get it. I fucking get it. I was looking up at the whole thing. How can I be? We are all the event. The event takes place when the critical mass of the people have had enough of one thing or another and have gone through their experience. What we are doing is what? Anchoring light. Ground in, anchor light. We hear this all the time. Breathe, anchor in. What are you anchoring in? What are you anchoring? The light. Okay, what light? What light? Source. Oh, you're anchoring a new grid of source energy based on our positions on the map around the planet, creating a new grid. Yeah. Okay, so hear me out. So as we activate, because I'm activating people, Aya told me, this is exactly what she said to me. She said, I'm so proud of you. I said, why are you proud of me? She goes, one person reached up from the dark. One. They're all reaching up like, I need help, everybody. Crabs in the bucket. Joe reached out and he was like, the hand came out. It wasn't over there. The hand wasn't over there. It wasn't part of the sea of people. He was directly in front of me. The hand popped right up. Oh, and I grabbed it and pulled. They said, one Joe is worth 1,000 people right now. He was still fucked up. She goes, right now, he's worth more than 1,000. Wait till he turns on and he's like, holy shit, it's real and it's working. And then it's 10,000, 100,000. And I'm like, wait a second. And she's like, what did I tell you? You're 300 over the 10,000 any day of the week. Y'all doing the work. So I have 10,000 light warriors. I mean, I have 100 light warriors and 10,000 people with their hands up, crabs in the bucket style, waiting for Jesus, waiting for Shiva, waiting for UFOs. Somebody's going to save me, waiting for one of the president characters to save them. Save me, save me, save me. And we're sitting in here going, nah, we saved ourselves. Check this shit out. We're running this. It's not running us. See, I'm not trying to dominate. The system's trying to dominate. You don't get to dominate. Who the fuck put you in power? Well, I was born into this system, and the system's corrupt across the board. Your awareness of it makes it your opportunity to be responsible for it. How am I going to be responsible for all this? No, for you. Oh, shit. So saving Joe, who I don't save him, he saves him. He becomes Superman. But you got to go through the process. So you're working with who's right in front of you. Now, this is me. Everybody does this differently. Everybody has it in different ways. So I'm like, wait a second. So now Joe's on the battlefield. Della's on the battlefield. Ellen's on the battlefield. Nick, by proxy, is one of the only guys that I see without doing any ayahuasca or anything, literally pulled right in. He's not only there in the pocket. This is a man that's, I've said the craziest shit in front of him. I don't know in his mind how he believed it prior, but I could tell you he was skeptical to a degree and then was not and jumped in. And they're like, you guys, right at this point, pulling one is bringing the light. Okay. So just say we're at 46% light workers, light warriors, grounding in to an area on the map, this new grid energy. The energy comes out of the portal on the 21st. Here, the portal opens. Boop. Here comes the energy. It surrounds the whole planet. You don't see shit. Nothing happened. Still nothing happened. Still nothing happened. 47%. Something happens. President Trump stays in. This is all written already. So saying these things aren't predictions. How do we always hit it right? I'm not predicting it. It's obviously written. It's obvious that when we're on the other side, we don't have the human condition. I'm looking at it going, oh, that's what's going on. That's all I'm doing. I'm not magically figuring things out like that. I'm just stepping into the arena going, oh, this is what's happening. And you go, wait a second. And then some weird main arrest occurs. Now, it's not a prediction. It's going to happen. So the whole crowd goes, oh, this is happening. So you got a whole bunch of people over here. Oh, but all these other people, there's a massive, massive, massive group, massive, that want this. So they're pulling into the super consciousness. They have faith. They believe, yeah, you're going to outsmart God. The way they're talking, it's capital G. The way I talk, it's source. Right? So they're like, there's no way source or God is going to shortchange us. It's a wrap. We're taking over. Right? One thing happens. One. So I was like, what? I see an arrest and it goes 47. Bing. 48. Bing. And I'm like, what is that timer? Is that a timer? Is somebody cooking a chicken or something? Like I'm looking at it going tick, 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 tick. And I see people start popping off in all different locations. They're just lighting up. They're like, oh my God, it's happening. Lowercase g with that one. But holy sheep shit, it's going down. Something's happening more. Like you guys see what's happening in the background, right? If you don't get your news sources from the scrying mirror television that we all have in every room in our house. Mirror, mirror on the wall, tell me what's going on. And they just fucking lie to you. And then you come out and you spit and regurgitate nonsense out here. And then you tell us that we're doing the nonsense talking. We're all fantasy weirdos, except it's working for us. See, my mother and my brother, even my mother drinking ayahuasca, she said the proof is there. However you're doing it, you're doing it. I'm watching you do it. It's pissing people off too. You know, like my sister was like talking to Paula, and Paula was like, Frank's never been happier in his entire life. He's happier, guaranteed, than all of you. Right. And she's like, absolutely not. And all my sister does is complain. That's all she does. She's worried all the time. She complains. I don't know. It's part of that old school, part of the new school. It just is what it is. And they want to fight you for that. You can't possibly him. Do you know him? And she's like, I know him real well. I'm with him every day, all the time. And when I'm not, both of us are like, meh. Life's just better when we're together. It just really is. She's not only my best friend, super confidant, superpower. She's one of my heroes. I mean, come on, we're going to keep doing this. I've learned more from her in 5 years than I've learned from any woman I've ever dated ever, all combined, and myself. That's weird. Okay, so 48%. Ding. I'm watching light bulbs go off in people's heads around the planet. They're like pins on the Google map. And the lines connected to source, because source permeates everywhere, but I'm talking about that high resonating frequency space where you see the tether come in from into your head. That was getting like put, and it wasn't like a thin tether. Our tether's like the frequency is really high. And in our space, wherever I walk, I say is my sacred space. So I keep to that. So as I'm walking, that grounded button is with me, dropping more of that light. And then bing, people hit the timer. Like New York City's pretty whack right now. Ellen and Nick moved. They're like, we're getting out of here. And 2 months later, 3 months later, they were gone. They're out in Denver, rocking it. And I'm like, holy shit. A bunch of other people moved. But where my grandmother's is, there's 5 empty houses. 5. I'm like, this is weird. We're right on the main thing. Nobody wants to fucking be here. Did you know how crowded this place is? This place is like a clogged artery of fucking McDonald's and dirt shit poop sack from the last fucking 25 years. And now it's just whack. They made everything one lane, bicycle lanes. No one fucking pays attention. They don't give a ticket to the guy coming out of the bike lane, riding the bike on the fucking sidewalk. But if you don't have a helmet on, they fucking break your balls and give you $100 ticket. You give me $100 ticket on a bicycle. If I let you catch me and I'm on a bicycle, I'm a punk ass and shouldn't be riding a fucking bicycle. Y'all remember seeing E.T. the Extraterrestrial, what they did on bicycles? Yeah, that was me and my boys my whole life. So I can't be part of this no more. I can't be part of the choke out. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Stop. No turn, left, right, guy standing in the street, people just walking everywhere. I had an experience in Home Depot today that I would have told you this whole place has to burn everyone in it if this event's going to go off, because these people can't be part of this percentage, because this is just throwing. I can't believe that there's like 10 of us in here. There's 1,000 people all over the place, and just rude and disgusting and filthy and wearing fucking masks. And I think the mask wearing makes you act like more of an asshole or something. Like you could just stop in front of everyone and it's just, I got to come over to you. There's 1,000 people behind me all waiting. Hey, could you pardon me, move for a second? And they just go, just terrible. I've never write that check off. Ding, get rid of them all. Then naturally, that's not how it happens, right? But not everyone's graduating. That's what I'm getting at. So I don't know the percentage. I would like to say that the 144,000 is the anchorage of lights, the anchors that need to be secure. There's a lot of ways to do this, because there's 4.5 billion starseeds or light workers and light warriors here right now, ready to do this, like me, like you, ready to go right now. We're here. We're ready. That's how many there are, but you only need so many, right? And the 100th monkey, you only need 100 monkeys to do it, right? And then the 101 on the other side of the world picks up a stick, fucking sharpens it, and starts chasing things. And you're like, how the fuck did he start doing that? They were doing that on the other side of the world, and they just did that on that one little monkey island and shit. Well, there's a super consciousness, and they anchored it down. And now the effect takes place. I hope you don't mind I'm taking my time with the explanation tonight, because it's fucking awesome. All right, so I'm watching the little lights go off. So I'm thinking, you telling me we only need 144,000 beings to anchor that? They're like, well, everyone's anchoring. But think of like who puts in the hooks. So no matter what happens, it's anchored in. Like it's unshakable, unbreakable with just that number. And then everyone just starts doing it. So I'm like, you're telling me 144,000 divided into 2.4 billion or some shit, or 4 point whatever billion fucking starseeds? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, you sure about that? These numbers are kind of weird. They're like, think of the 100 monkey and then exponentially drive it out to you guys. But you guys are already intelligent. You're not monkeys. You're not chimps. You're not orangutans. You're not none of that, but you're all of them. Okay. You didn't come from the water. It doesn't work like that. Okay. Why is not one other thing evolved? Because that's not how this fucking works. There's an evolution process that takes place over time. But you didn't go from a monkey to Frank, even though Frank has longer arms than he should, or shorter legs than he should. Right? I walk around the house sometimes, and I know I look like a little monkey man. Like, oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. I get it. I look like one. I see it the way I walk, but I'm not that. I'm the living library. So I'm made from everything. And then you want me to be humanoid and stand up erect. You got to add DNA X, Y, Z. And look, boom, he stands up, he's walking, he's talking. Right? Now you got to add everything else. Everything. Or you can't even be here. birthing human perfectly right out the vajayjay, right into my mother's fucking hands. Right? Homegrown blast right there. I'm here, the ambassador of the light, the ambassador of the planet. She called for help. Source sent us. We were like, we're going. We're not letting her Mother Earth go down. But here's the thing, we've always been here. So it's a heist. We're getting back to everything. Okay, so we know it's a heist. Everything's happening. It's been going around. Frank's saying they're anchoring in these hooks into the planet of source light. So no matter what happens, it won't vibrate and fucking shake and break away or fall into reverse or fall down a flight of ascension steps. Yes, I am saying that. Okay. Boom, 48, 49. I'm like, whoa, 48, 49. That percentage is getting up there. So it looks to me, as things start happening, I'll go, wait, Bitcoin just went up. You know, I've been yelling about Bitcoin since it was $800. I've been telling you every here and there. I'm not telling you what to do. When I look at what I did at 800 that didn't pull the trigger to 1,000, and those around me that were telling me when it was $10, oh, just buy fucking 20 of them. I was laughing at them. With just the little bit that I did, when I look, I'm buying a house. Okay? Not right now, but very soon. Soon. Because, oh yeah, they accept it everywhere now. PayPal just opened it up. Cash App has it. You could get Ethereum, Litecoin, and all this is going down. So I'm looking at that on the other side. I'm going, holy shit, Bitcoin, boom, 49, boom, 50. I'm like, wait a second. So I'm watching collapsing economy now. What the fuck is going on? They're like, the whole thing's got to be shut down just for a minute. Kind of like your router box. You got to turn it off, turn it back on. I'm like, are you fucking serious? But now here's some arrests. I'm like, wait, people are really getting arrested. Wait a second. They're doing some crazy. Gitmo is full. It's full. Loaded. Wait a second. The vaccines? Mandatory? No. And then you see people saying no. No. You're not putting that in me. You're not putting that in me. You're not putting that in me. And you see that they have internment camps in Norway. They just announced it. Look, you're watching. We're one. I'm not going to say this the way I want to, but we're one hair, one of these, pink, from forced inoculations. You having a freedom pass to do stuff, freedom pass, and you have to get inoculated every few weeks. Why? Because your system passes the AI and you're ascending anyway. So they're trying to make us dummy robots that listen and not give a shit and compliant. So I'm like, wait a second. How's this helping? They're like, well, you know about it now. You want that to happen? I'm like, no, I don't want that to happen. I'm like, wait a second. This brings on a whole nother thing. DNA. These guys are claiming over here that over time, the products, the water, and the inoculations are changing your DNA. Wait. What do you mean changing my DNA? Well, it's fucking physically changing into something else. Mutated. But wait a second. I don't want to be a mutate of some kind. Oh, we get it. The AI robot connection thing with the demons in you. We get it. With the overlords of reptilians. We get it. It fucking sucks. The DNA. They're claiming it changes it. And then it's a virus that changes it. In all the movies, it's a virus that does it. So we introduce a virus into the monkey's head, and the monkeys have better short-term memory. We put this virus in your eye, and then you can see further. You're using this word virus. I don't think you're using it right. I don't know. It could be me, or you guys are just working with the devil at this point. I don't know what's going on here. However, there's some weird rule when it comes to being a human being. to have constitutional rights, to do anything on the planet for one degree or another. I'm a sovereign being here, right? What are you getting at, Frank? Well, if you change my DNA, I won't be classified as human anymore. You could be subhuman or new human because of the things they're putting in me, thus taking those fundamental rights away because I'm no longer technically a human. Oh. Guess who sees what's coming? So, wait. You're telling me, literally, that they're going to change or trying to change our DNA and then classify us as less than, so they take away all of our rights, including the yes, including the Constitution? Yes. Everything about you. Full control, in the house with you, watching you, every moment, every breath, how many breaths, how many steps, how many peepees, how many poopies, how many times you went on a smoke break, how many times anything for the algorithm to read. Oh, well, how does this working with that percentage of 49 that was 50 that was going up? Well, then they own you. You become property according to them. You know, these two brothers, they used to be good-looking guys, like David Hasselhoff-looking characters. They're European of some kind, but now they're like body dysmorphic. They have these giant fucking heads with the weird hairdo, and they literally look like monsters to me. And they're two twin brothers, right? So they claim genetic rights to the virus. I don't know what influence these jerk-offs have, but they have influence. And I'm like, wait a second. What the fuck is this? Who owns the product that changes you into this new product, this new type of being? But the virus and the cure are owned by these people. So you become their property. Man, what the fuck? This isn't even eating babies and shit. This is like, we're coming for your body and soul. All of you. Wait a second. So internment camps in Norway, if you don't take the inoculations that you have to take all the time, why? Because your body passes it. That's why they're keeping it at a certain temperature, because it dies at the higher temperature, because that's how the shit works. It gets in your body, and then after a while, your body purges it out, so they hit you with it again and hit you with it again, keep you locked into your system, changing your DNA, keeping you in the medical system. Oh, you guys can't be fucking serious. Oh, we're very serious. We're going to be even more serious now. I go, this is pretty bad. So they're like, oh, you think that's bad? As above, so below. Some of you out there hear other radio hosts talking about the war and Nibiru and stuff in the heavens. As above, so below, the wars rage on and all that shit. And they get involved with it and they get deceived. We haven't stuck to one thing here. We just take what's good and we move on from the rest. Okay? The deception runs even deeper. Those on the New Jerusalem, the Nibiru, the Wormwood, those Anunnaki that look like you, but really big, they technically can pull that card with you. I'm like, what are you talking about? We're free beings, sovereign beings. They're trying to change our genetics. No. According to these two brothers, the twin brothers that now look like aliens from some weirdo movie, they want to change the genetics so they could literally own you like a slave. Ownership? Well, okay. Well, who made your suit? Who made the flesh suit you're in? I'm like, oh yeah, they told me that they made it in their image. That's why we're made in the creator's image. They were like little guys and they're the big guys. And they're like, yeah, so they own you. What? And your boy Trump ain't fighting the Democrats. It's not what he's doing. He's fighting everyone on both sides. I figured as much as a lot of bad. No. Both red and blue are wings left and right of the same bird. You're fighting for your soul. It's the light fighting the dark away. That means it's kind of like factions and groups with agenda after agenda after agenda after agenda after agenda, and you're kind of like, so everyone, what's going on here? Deeper. Well, they're claiming that they own you, as above, so below. They literally are looking at those two brothers like, huh, wait, bitch, use are my bitches. Doesn't matter where you're from. Doesn't matter. You're wearing a skin suit? Yeah, that's mine. That's my genetics in you. You want to play that card? Now, see, the Anunnaki are coming back. They never left, but they're out around us, but they're flying around doing whatever they're doing, but they're here. They're like apologetic to a degree. And I've been told they love me. I buy them. Like, I've been around them. They've helped me out. My back before. Weird shit, man. I told you I was picked up. If I was this size and the dude was me, he picked me up like this. And he was like, oh, what did you do? And he started working on my back. And then another one came over and said, let me see. And I felt them using tools and it started helping. And they were like, oh, man. So I asked questions and shit. Oh, you left us? This is what you did? No. Yes and no. The answer is yes and no. Part of them thought we were property and didn't give a shit. And we're like, well, it's just property of us. And we'll just leave it there. And we'll come back and do whatever the fuck we want to do whenever we want to do it. And the other group, as they were ascending, because we're all doing this at the same time. We're going up this thing. Believe me, I'm getting back to the percentages here in a second. And we're going up this ladder or the spiral staircase, and they took a step and couldn't go any further. And they were like, I can't get up on what's happening. And it echoed back, and they looked behind them, back down the stairs, and saw that they left our genetics. We left our genetics to be deceived and turned into slaves by these guys right here. We allowed that. So we left them. Free will and all that. They're creators. You know that, and I know that. Why? Because we're creators. We made little suits, so the big creator is just rocking the smaller suit. That's why, as big as they are, they know better now than to come to us and act like we are your gods. You fucking bullshit. Bullshit. You took a piece and you made a fucking little guy. Right? I took a piece from this one and I took a piece from this one and I mixed them together and made it that one. Yeah, just make those guys taller, right? And not God. And just call them creators and say they make flesh. You can't make a soul. Bitch, you can't make a soul. We are that. You don't make that. We are that. Okay, so they know that because it's them as well. We're them. So they're like, oh, shit. So there's a faction that was like, we have to go back. We have to go back. And they're helping. And there's another faction that's like, nah, we come in on the clouds. We are the gods here. Now you have the war between Set and Horus. I talk about this so much. It's blistering to me sometimes, right? The reset, the reset, the reset. Who says that 1,000 times like that? Set does, right? You're on team. You called it. You say it all the time. All the time. That's how you want to play the game? You want to be part of the war? People forget. I told the story of when the Anunnaki in war armor showed up here. And there was a row of my brothers and Enki. Right? And I was like, holy shit. It's Dad. Like, that's what I said to him. Oh, shit. I don't know how I'm connected, but man, it's all of us. I saw Ra, I saw Chris, I saw this one, I saw that. Oh, we're all fucking brothers, literally, up here. And I was lit. like womp, 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 womp. And they were in war armor. I was naked. And I was looking at them. They were all bigger than me. And they were big, big dudes. And one looked at the other one. I won't say who said it, but you guys figure it out. Looked at Anki and said, he's not going with the program. He's not. And I'm like, fuck your program, bitch. That's the problem here. And they're like, you don't talk to your father like that. I am in charge. You came here in war armor. I'm naked. You're 20 feet tall. I'm 5'8". What are you trying to do here? You trying to scare me? Because I'm going to tell you right now, looking at big versions of you dummies doesn't scare me. Not with what I've seen. I've dealt with fucking octopus monsters that want to take over realities. You're a jerk off. I'm your father. Yeah. Your title is Anki. That title's no longer yours because it doesn't belong to you. Unfortunately, it belongs right here. Here. Unfortunately for you. See, he doesn't want to go. Man, this is why everyone's separate. Because you somehow want to be the fucking hero again. There is no God on the cloud. See, I don't know you. I feel like I know all these guys, but the Yankee, I don't know you. But I feel I'm your father. Okay, check this out, Dad. You, however, gave birth to me. I came out of Diane, so you didn't give shit. So if I'm part of your bloodline somehow, and you're acting like this, and you're in war armor, and you're supposed to be a creator, and then you're showing up here like you're gonna what, spank your son? Look, out of all these people, I came out golden. Gold. Literally. Golden. And none of yous are golden. You're lit, but you're not fucking lit. For some reason, I am. And I'm like a middle brother. It's weird. And they're all bigger than me. And then there's a couple of us. And I watched Ra walk away because he saw it coming. Like, fuck these guys. He knows, even on that level, that they want to come in on the cloud, on Nibiru, and be like, it is us to save you. Yeah, for me, they were like, whatever. It's not even like they're going, well, it's whatever you want. It's obvious you'll be in a position of better than everyone else. And I'm like, I don't need it. I'm fine. I'm with Paula. We're good. They're like, are you a fucking dummy? I'm like, yeah, say it. Because I'm sure that the two of us can fuck the ADUs up. Because you could see my space where I stand with my family. I said, Enki, however I came out of you, I'm a creator. I'm maybe your son in some level. I'm not aware of, but I can see the DNA and all that shit. I get it. But that's flesh and DNA. I'm the all. Like you brought the all in. Are you guys getting this yet? You wanted help from the source of all. And we came. And I'm here. And what you're offering is a problem of deception. Big time. Okay. So I'm having this argument with them. And I didn't realize they're in Nibiru, Wormwood, the New Jerusalem. That's the faction in charge. Oh, shit. That's why they bounced. The other faction was like, no, we got to go back. Where science and spirituality blend perfectly on these guys. These guys are complete jerk-offs, the other guys. So there's factions voting it out there, as above, so below. Where do you think we got the laws and rules, the Constitution and all that? It'd be nice to say, yeah, man just made it and whatever. But that's not true. It helped from everyone doing everything. Everyone. Everything that you think's all original and new isn't original is nothing. It's been going on correctly in different places forever. And we're in a small deceptive it's over in the whole fucking scheme of things. This is just a flash in time that we came here to experience the event. Now we're back to the event. So I'm like, fuck. As above, so below. So there's like a faction like Trump and those guys trying to regain control of their planet that's coming back. And the timeline is the jump. That's the choice. Do you want God in a cloud? Oh, it's so magical. He's back. Jesus was going to save us. And it's set. Coming in is that. The Yankee is set. They're right there. And you're just like, oh no. In full war armor. Look upon me with your fucking eyes, meat sacks. Or do you want the other guys going, no, we're your family, literally your DNA. I'm literally your family. I love you. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. You don't understand what was happening. It's a bigger thing than whatever, but we're here. Now, not here to save you. They have agendas. What the fuck do you mean they have agendas? Well, everyone has an agenda. And I'm like, wait a second. Everyone? They're like, everyone. You don't think everyone has agendas? You have agendas. They have agendas. This has an agenda. You have. I'm like, oh, okay. I can kind of see that. They're like, no, I don't think you can. What if we told you just mostly everything that you've been through with monsters, demons, certain beings, and then the Galactic Federation of Light and these other guys, whoever, aren't both controlled by the same guy to keep you off balance inside this place? I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Well, we're going to show you some experiences that you had. I saw the reptilians coming after me. I've talked about this a lot. They stopped attacking me at one point when I showed them my DNA, but I saw one of those white reptilians on my lawn. It was first smoke outside with coffee. Came out. It was like 12 noon, summer. Sat down on the grass with Squeak. I looked up and I saw a shimmer of light across the street. And then on top of me, my only thought was, oh, I'm dead. It's over. I saw how big this thing was and how it moved so fast. And then it was frozen in this weird pose. When I mean his hand was in my face like this. And I'm like, oh, it's not touching me. And he went, oh no. He was just standing there like that. And I'm like, what the fuck's going on? And a light was over him. Boom. And he was like, oh, no. Boom, gone. And I was like, what just happened? I was having coffee and now I'm shaking. I have to pee. I have to pee really bad because I'm like frightened to death. It happened too fast. I see 3 dudes on the lawn. They're just in different spots and they look like they're in Star Trek. I tell you this, they were in blue with gray. So like the collar, this part, some part here with the lines down the sides, it like match like a uniform. They're showing me right now the blue and black as well. And I just said, oh, what just happened? What are you guys? They were human. And they're like, they came up here to get you. You realize what just happened. They literally came up here to get you. What do you mean they came up here to get me? They told you in the beginning that you're a problem over there. They meant in the future. So they sent one of the leaders to just come and just take you were gone. We helped you out. Listen, there's a rule they're not supposed to cross. They're not supposed to reveal themselves. They're not supposed to touch you. They're not supposed to kill you. That's over now. Like, we're here. So I'm like, who are you guys? You look like Star Trek people. Literally. He's like, well, secret space program, this and that turned into the Galactic Federation. So we have humans up there. There's humans all over the place. They're explaining all this stuff to me. They were on smart glass pads, all kinds of weird shit. I called them that because I don't have another term. I know Corey Good called them that. They call them that. It looks like a fucking clear iPad. All right, so I'll use that word. Clear iPad. And they just started talking to me. So I went over to them and I'm like, what just happened? They sent it up and we stopped them. Now, it's the Wild West out here. They were like, we want you to know that. It's literally going on everywhere. People cross the line all the time. But then there's those of us that are doing our thing, and we're like, we can't allow that to happen because we're connected genetically to you. So if every time they enslave DNA parts, we're getting called to it, almost like, you know, someone's got to do something. So I saw the ship. I was like, oh, I heard of this guy, Ashtar. I thought that was a comic book, dude. I had no. So I was like, oh, so this is Commander Ashtar. They're like, yeah, he had white hair. They were fucking men. They just explained it to me. And then they said, once they gave me the breakdown, they left. I did the whole show on it. And I was like shaking, went back in the house, went to the bathroom, took a shower because I was fucking freaked out. And then I started feeling good about my life. I was like, well, no one's going to touch me. Yeah, right. I pulled one of those, which wasn't true because down the line, I got my ass kicked a whole shitload of other times. But then they were like, what if we told you both guys, both sides were being run by one thing, one other thing that you're just not aware of right now? And I'm like, it did seem kind of coincidental that this thing was like right here and just instantly stopped, almost like it was timed perfectly. They were like, yeah, timed perfectly. Interesting you say that. And then just at the very moment right before your big death, save the day. Sounds like something Frank would have cooked up for his comic book perfectly. I'm like, yeah, it is kind of coincidental, but I don't follow them. I don't call out to the Galactic Federation to help me. I don't download shit from them. I go right to the sun. I do my thing. So once again, people have heard me say this and go, well, he believes in Galactic Federation. Dude, I can only tell you what the story is. However, I don't call to them and fucking Galactic Federation, save me. No, they were there. I didn't know of them until that moment. I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a bunch of fucking hippies that didn't know no better. Because till that point, I didn't see none of that shit. And boy, was I wrong. Okay, now I'm watching this play out. Now, I saw the Galactic Federation. The day I saw New Jerusalem, I said, are you the Galactic Federation? And they laughed at me. They were like, no. So I was like, oh, well, you guys don't get along? Like, I didn't know. And they were like, okay, we'll show you. So I was like, oh, okay. I thought I was going to see something evil. That's not what I saw. I saw Nibiru, or the New Jerusalem, and then a bunch of like spaceships that were like planet size but smaller, like moon size, riding along with Nibiru. And then they were their own thing, jumping around, doing stuff. So I go, is that them? That little thing? Is all of them? And they're like, yeah, collectively, that's them. So I'm like, oh, they're not in here? And they're like, no. So I go, so you both do the same shit? They're like, no. We're coming back. They're doing their thing. So that was it. So I was like, oh, so you guys are separate. So they're just kind of hugging around, doing their own thing and whatever. I didn't know there are other hands at play beyond all of this. I get it. Archons and all that stupid shit. You get on a higher frequency level. They're not there. Archons and all that. You go outside, like, I think they could go to 6D as service to self, as like right at the beginning of 6D. And then you get a choice as the corrupted individual, the Lord Emperor Sith character that's just fucking crazy, has all these powers, does all this fucked up shit and all this deception. You hit that level, you can't go any further. So you get a choice. You have to make the choice. I'm going to go in, but now I have to let go of everything. So that being now has the ayahuasca experience, right? For all that shit. So they have to walk through that. They have to go back and look at all those terrible things and have their life reviewed to them. They're the only ones judging themselves. There's nobody out there judging them. It's the same shit. However, it's a big deal when you're a piece of shit. You know, it's a lot harder, right? It's a lot rougher, but you're a sixth density being. You give in, you go through the process, and you turn into a light being because you're already source playing another character. Or you say, fuck that. I'm going to do what I want. And boom, you're gone. They literally take your essence and redistribute it through the essence energy. And they let just a new thing come back. I've watched them do it, and I'm like, oh. So that guy does become a fucking flower. So he's all the way to the beginning. See you. You're just energy right now. It'll reformulate, become something else later, and then start the whole thing again. And I'm like, with a better disposition too. Like they do get that. They get the ability to be like us, to have that process, doing whatever process it is they do. I don't want to make like I understand some of that stuff, because I just don't. Okay, so now there's all this going on. And we're still at this percent, still at fucking 49, 50%. Like, what's happening here? There's still no event. There's still this, there's still that. But now there's a hand behind all this. And this is when it happens. Right in front of me, I see a woman. She's wearing all black. I mean, man, she was right there. And I'm like thinking, oh, there's going to be a pretty woman. The way she looked, I thought she would be pretty or something. She had this little hoodie thing on. She fucking pulls it off, and it's a fucking another reptile. So I go, well, right away, I wanted to try to fucking jump on her and beat the shit out of her. I was like, that didn't sound right. But if you would have saw what I saw, you'd have been like, get that motherfucker, right? So she was a snake. It wasn't a Draco reptilian. It wasn't an AI thing. This was something separate. Now, I saw a snake man kill my cat. We talked about this earlier. This is why it's all relevant. But this chick was different. She looked like us. Imagine me just with snake skin. Not hardcore snake skin, a lighter version of it, but green with the color, whatever. Bald, no hair, total female, standing right in front of me. I'm like, this girl could actually go to a Halloween party like that. If she was wearing pants so you didn't see her legs and like a shirt, you would think she's wearing the best mask at the party. So that's fucking real. She had this like soft part right here that when she was breathing or whatever, it like just moved slightly. And I kind of like looked at that and I was like a fucking snake. What the fuck is this? So I was getting angry. I was like, so they're like, there's a third party pulling the strings that has nothing to do with the other party. See, the snakes, right? They're an independent crew. Dark magic. The reptilians work with them, but are scared of them. I'm like, what? And their physical flesh. As you can see, she's right there. She was showing me her legs. She like pulled up this, it was like a overpiece. She just fucking, and I go, man, she's pretty hot, but she's a snake. So it's unfortunate Conan's here. And they were like, no, stay right here. They kept me right from moving forward. And she was out in front of me. I was sitting in this chair, like right there, like, holy shit, this is happening. And I'm like, man, Paula's in the other room sleeping. If something goes down, because it's physical at this point, I'm like, what does this have to do with the fucking event? Frank, just pay attention. The snake weren't working with the other snakes. Each snake each snake person had its own agenda, like a snake would. It doesn't hang out with its family, doesn't crew up like that. They go out and become independent through magic and weird shit. They were able to summon demons and send them on people, just sick them on people, like crazy stuff, right? They would be the ones demanding the sacrifice. The reptilians, when they had to work with them, were like, there was like thousands of reptilians standing and like one snake person there. And that snake was walking ahead of the group because it's 6 density. You could get to that level and still be dark and fucked up. So they get the choice when the choice comes. But guess what? We're all ascending together. Ah, the choice is coming up, huh? Big split in the road. One timeline or the other. Dark magician leading an army of giant reptilian warriors. And then they went, yep, guess what? Boop. The reptilian guys aren't there no more. What do you mean they're not there? Oh, they're gone. The only ones you got left on this planet as of right now are those snakes. I go, what do you mean? They took all of them off the planet. All of them. but they don't, and they don't have, thank you, Free Energy Mobile. I love you so much. Now sending you positive vibes, my brother. Thank you so much. I didn't see any of this. So the snakes are even devastating to the reptilians, because if they don't do what they're told by the snake, who's not part of the collective of reptilians, see, they're all for them. The reptilians are like all for each other. Snake isn't one of them. It's like a hired gun. And each one has a different plan, where the collective of the reptilians that are here have their own plan. So the snake is working 6D high. I see it sending demons and doing all this shit to people, and then looks right at me. Sends this shit at me, and I go, "Bip, get out. I'm going to fuck this. I'm going to punch this chick right in her fucking face." I was so angry. And they were like, "Dude, sit down." I'm like, so she sent it at me. Then she pulls up into the background. Her cloak opens. Fucking Galactic Federation comes out. "Hey, man, you all right? What are you doing?" I'm like, "What the fuck do you want?" Right? And then I go, wait a second. Whoa. 6th density. 4th and 5th density. So the snake is higher than the Galactic Federation, kind of. Yes. What she's using, this was an example, both to throw you off balance. "Oh, save me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope." I don't need Obi-Wan Kenobi. I am him, and Superman, and Wonder Woman. And for those that I don't feel I can be that day, we have other people here that can just do all this other crazy stuff. Okay, so I'm looking at this going, well, that's why the timing is. They're like, "Oh, you just have to walk the balance. Balance, son. Balance." Each one is pulling you in a direction as if it was a magnet attracting your mind. Let's do something fucked up today, Frank. Reptilians, right? I don't want to deal with these fucking reptilians no more. Galactic Federation. And I'm like, wait. I don't. They're like, "No, don't worry about it." I go, "What do you mean don't worry about it?" They're like, "You never gave in to either side," which is why they keep showing up, but they stop showing up now. It was really them. They really do that stuff, but they're being controlled. There's always a darker hand in control, just like up on Nibiru. There's factions that are like, "We created these little bitches. We're going to go back and rule them again. We're going to show them some shit, give them some new stuff. We're going to make the zoo grounds, the perimeters, a little bigger. It'll shut them up." Where the other faction's like, "No, we're going to all level up together, or it's going to be a lot more difficult for everyone to do this ascension. You're not going to be able to go. You think you are. You don't." So now that we talked earlier, the energy came out of the sun. It's December 21st, 11 in the morning. It's permeating everywhere. Nobody sees shit. Frank just finds out all this information, finds out that there's snakes in the background pulling fucking strings on both sides, realizing that it's not Republicans and Trump versus Democrats and Biden. It's literally one guy with his crew, whatever that light alliance is, versus all of them on both sides in every area. A third party shows up. It's Stone Cold comes down to the ring. "Oh, who's he going to help?" And he smashes both guys. He goes, "Stone Cold isn't here to help you. He's here to help himself." To that ring, to that, give me the title. He just takes it, stuns everyone, and walks out of the ring. He's like, "I'm on Stone Cold's team, bitch." So you're like, "Oh, he's not with McMahon or this guy. Oh, it's a third party's involved." Yeah, there's way more than that. We're trying to be so gentle for your gentle little mind. So I'm like, oh, so they have ownership over the flesh suits as a company would. Yes. One side's claiming ownership and the other side's claiming family. Understand this. So I'm like, son of a bitch. I go, but it works out. I would say the Naga to a degree. Yeah. You know, I had an argument with one of the hosts once who said, "Don't you remember being on one of the snake men?" And I go, "No, I was in charge of hunting them down." Poor son of a bitch. Anyway, so I wasn't part of that. I got the snake DNA in me because you need everything to be here, but I didn't want to be. Maybe I was, and they just don't. But I saw Reverse Frank. Reverse Frank wasn't a reptilian snake thing. So I was all right. Anyway, now back to the timers going, and I see it going, and I go, "What is that?" I was so fed up, I didn't care anymore. But I knew the gig's up. It's a heist, and you know what? You thought you were going to get over, and you thought you were going to get over, and you thought you were going to get over. None of yous are getting over. Nobody's getting over. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to stand up. How about that? And you bitch, get out. You just get out. And she went. She couldn't do anything to me. Nothing. And I was like, I must be able to hunt down. They were like, "Don't get stupid. You're not hunting them down." Physically, she would kick the shit out of you. Just, you're still a human. That's unlocking. You're not, if your higher self was here in the body, this thing would run so fast. But until you're safe and secure, I wouldn't go chasing them. Because physically she can harm you bad. Okay. But we're at the ascension choice point. It's happening right now. You have to go. You're either going or you're not. And then you go somewhere else. That's the best I got for that. But then as I was like, well, creator wins again. I feel pretty good about this. I could get the fuck out of here. And then it went 51, bing. And I watched 51% of what was, you need to hit 51% of this certain number, like the 144, the 4,400, 144, whatever, 100, divided into the, whatever 4 billion star seeds here, and it echoes out. And when it hit 51%, the energy was already around us. The portal was open. The new energy is here. To us, it just felt like, well, new energy. Oh, I had a hard week. Frank talked about it on the show. Blah, 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 blah. Aliens, ETs, well, and fucking lizards. Then randomly, out of nowhere, the 51% is hit. And it's not long after. I just got to tell you that, because I was looking at this calendar of us mixed with them, and it just happens. It's a heist. So I was like, well, that's the only way to surprise everyone. I mean, so nobody's not surprised. They're like, even we're surprised. Now I refer back for a moment to this point where I would always go and try to see. And it was like a bridge. And then across the bridge is 5D, the new frequency, the new earth, whatever. It was over there. Now I could see that it's over the bridge, but in the middle of the bridge is removed and it's just static. So I get to it. It's like a wall. You can't jump over it. You can't push through it. Nothing. But you can go up and look and see that chunk is just staticked out. But 20 feet from there is 5D. And look, we made it. There's the house. There's Paula. There's the cats. There's my lions. I'm like, there's the UFOs. Everything was there. And everything was fucking great. And I'm like, whoa, what's with the static, bro? And they're like, we don't know. You're not allowed to see. But we're not allowed to see either. What the fuck? So you're telling me it works out, but none of yous know how? None one of yous. They're like, to think that you would be able to outthink Source, even though you are Source. I'm still in the human frame. They could read my mind. They could hold me down and remove parts of me and understand that Frank deep down inside knows the exact date and time. They'd be coming after all of us. Believe that shit. So I'm going, oh man. So it just happens on a random, this was just me talking, so I don't know. Some Tuesday early afternoon. Everyone's just picking their nose and taking shits and showers and stuff. and going to work and everyone just starts lighting up. So I go, so with the understanding, so this whole thing revolved around my understanding of this. And then I was the 1% tip. They're like, well, it was those of you in the deep end of the pool that finally get it. Anchor hard. The hooks go in, ding, and all the other people just start lighting up. Look, it goes in waves, and it's not who's there first and who's good, this new space Jesus. No, it's light going off. It's a flower growing. We're all growing in different soils and different places with different conditions, and it takes time, but it's coming. All you got to do is make the choice. So I go, it was really that easy to just have the understanding and then be like, no, I'm not. The war armor guys, fuck them. The guy stealing my DNA, fuck you, right? You're not taking nothing no more. You don't ask politely, you get nothing. How's that sound? Because it's me. Nothing. And all this other shit, and it just has to collectively go to 51%, and then it just pops off. They're like, yeah, now naturally that was a simulation, what you just went through. Right? Like it was a simulated version of what is to happen through the heist. So we couldn't tell you. We just know how to get that you have to get into position mentally. So you have to see certain things and be shown things a certain way and understand them before even your light is anchored hard in. You're here. Now I took the ley line, Paul, and I took it. There's been no disturbances and bullshit here at all. Okay, we've had our small issues, but nothing you'd be like, it's just too tight for us, which means it's almost, the connection's almost complete, 100%. Right? Someone's got to hold it down. So you're holding down that in your area. I just happen to be in the Bronx. Well, now you have gnosis of this. You're like, oh, I just got to lock this shit in. And then it might be time to either level up and stay and do amazing things or go somewhere else. You see, a lot of people are going other places. We all want to start like little things. And, you know, I said this outside to a kid I said, you know, I want to have a place. You can drink the ayahuasca and whatever. And he goes, oh, David Koresh. I go, get the fuck out of here. I just knew I should not say another word to this kid because the next thing that comes out of my mouth is going to be a flying headbutt to his face. Because I'm like, I can't understand people right away. Oh, yeah. What are you going to go fuck everybody's wife and then be the shaman? What? Well, that's what happens. The main guy has sex with everyone and then he starts with the children. I'm like, what? That's not what I'm looking to do at all. We're looking to build communities, stupid tribes. I don't want to do any of the stuff you just said at all or want any of those issues at all. So shut up, leave. Right? But this is, he'll go on his way when it's time. And when I had asked him, so what were you doing? He goes, oh, I was blowing lines all night. So I needed to, you know, go for a walk and everything. Oh, okay. So I know where you are. You're still in the cocaine stage. So to me, that's 8 years ago. The ending of mine was 8 years ago. So it was like so 10 years ago it started and then ended on that year before I got the injury. So he's back there. Oh yeah, but he's coming. Everyone's coming at one point in time or another. If you can't handle the new energy when it gets anchored in, you're taken out. Not taken out. You're put somewhere else for a little bit and then put back. And this is what I talked about that day. I was up on the ship and they were like, this is where you're going. And I'm like, I'm not going up there. They're like, this is why you can't find the house. You don't know what's going to happen yet with all this other stuff. So that's why it's floating around. But you know, your stuff is there, but you can't explain it. Oh, Joseph. Oh, Joseph, I love you, man. Thank you so much. Joseph's the Mac Daddy. Don't let him fool you. Yeah, masters out there making it happen. I love you guys so much. Thank you very much. Sending you most positive vibes. All right, so now we anchor it in. It all goes off with the gnosis and understanding that it goes back to, and shout outs to Joshua Carruthers. Chilton is the name of the music group. All right. Also, You the Magician, the book. All right. He's one of my best friends. He says it all the time. You are all. Stop with the bullshit. You're all. That's the answer to the ending statement. And I agree with him. I'm like, oh, of course, you're the all. I had no way to explain that. I used to say, your source. People don't want to hear that. So you're all. What do you mean all? It means everything. You mean all of it? All of it. That's you, man. How awesome is that? All. Okay, so the only ones left on the planet are the reptilians that are in human bodies. They're boys, the big ones that you came running in on, they're gone. Whoop, see you. You ain't ever got to worry about them again. And I saw they were all removed. They were doing something out there with them. And they were trying to get them. But they were out of here. There was no more. But there were snakes. Snakes. I was like, oh, shit. Get these motherfucking snakes off the motherfucking plane. I couldn't stop thinking about that. And I thought how funny that is, that it's just in our face all the time. So the third hand behind the wheel's out there. So they're like, yo, you got to be careful from here on out. Just know your shit. Know that that's when the reptilians were just out there running around at any time, they could just run up on you. Whatever situation, whatever. They're watching different factions of insectoids and other things, archonic things, spiders and all that. Like people like spiders. I'm like, yeah, beings that are highly advanced, that are arachnid. And they're out there at all different levels that are higher and in the background with these other things, the archonic things, right? So they're all there. They were like, it's like a 30% to a 70% mostly light with a couple of neutral things in there. I'm like, that's the balance. They're like, yeah, you can't have a 50-50 balance with dark evil. Like it doesn't work that way. They'll just overtake everything. So the balance is really like a 70-30 because they're very powerful. And there's those of us that are out there to repel that. See, the Anunnaki laugh at this. They're like reptilians. Yeah, we worked with them. I'm like, yeah, but and like Toth and them have no problems with smacking any of these characters. Like they're nothing. So this is the difference. Anunnaki seem to have more power, more ability to do certain things, have better technology than all of them, including the archons and all that. Remember, that shit only goes to a certain point, and then that's it. It's gone. They're puppet masters behind. So with the knowledge this brings in, you become the event. You light up and go off at some undetermined moment that has divine timing attached to it. And it all happens. What do you mean it just all happens? Yeah, it all happens. All of it. Not some of it. All of it. Because you're the all. You would have never came here if it wasn't all in your suit. And all the other things that are wearing the suit, they are going by the same guidelines or get the fuck out of here. You see? I'm like, oh, so the non-creator suit wearing characters, they're like clones, AI, robots, reptilians in the body, jump out of their body, go into that body. They leave their body permanently to come do this because they know when they jump out on the other side, they'll have another body built. They'll just jump in. Like you guys are afraid of death. They're just walking through it, but they're stuck permanently until the decision is made. And a couple of weeks ago, I talked about seeing the reptilians coming. It was like a celebration for just this small group of warrior reptilian, evil overlord looking motherfuckers, except they were good guys and smiling, and they turned not white, but they were turning light. I was like, oh, I went up to them. I checked them. People were cheering for them. They said, these guys broke off from the Draco. They love us. And I go, bullshit. I'll take this one, guys. I went right up to the main one. He looked like a commander guy or something. He was all standing, and he turned and looked at me, and I started looking around him. I was reading, trying to read him completely. I was reading him completely. I was like, wait, that was so easy. And he was like smiling. He was like I'm like, are you smiling? And he's like, I love you. We did it. We broke away. We're not part of that. We're evolving through that. We're not doing that no more. We don't want to be part of that. We want to be part of this. I said, you're full of shit. There's got to be something in here that's wrong. and I was able to stand with them. And man, I was searching it, and I felt fucking great. I felt like I was around a bunch of superheroes at that point, and I wasn't being flooded with bullshit. That was me kind of looking through their skin suits. I was right on top of them. I had the ability to touch them, bump elbows with them. There was no, we're going to fucking eat you and rape you and kill you. They were not like that at all. And I said, wow, if you could do it, we can do it. They're like, we want to go. We want out of here. You know, I told the dragon story where I met my dragon, and there was with a whole bunch of other dragons, and he was scary looking. He was frightening. And I said, I'm giving you all the choice now. My dragon, you coming with me. You're going to stop leaning on my back and putting all this weight on me. Very lazy to one degree or another, and very frightening. And he was like, all right. You know, we went through I did the show on this, and we went through the process. And then all these other dragons were like, we're coming with you. You said anyone and everyone that wants the choice can come. And then other dragons were angry at those dragons, like, you fucking punks, and bounced, just left. And then everyone there turned into light. We got light. And the dragons went from evil looking to like, they just turned white with blue eyes. They were beautiful. My dragon doesn't sit on my neck and kill me anymore. And he just fucking hangs out. And I called him. And it's like he comes down and does his thing. I saw a dragon the other night, and I was like, dragon, there's snake, reptilian monster, reptilian warrior. I was like bugging out. And then my dragon's like, what's your problem? You all right? Like, I got you. And I'm like, I love you. And he goes, I love you too. And I go, I'm fine. My mind has to work through this. It has to. Why else would I be here if I wasn't going to do my part that I contracted? So this is all my contract. Like, you did it. When my higher self was like, bitch, you bitch at me all the time. I'm like, you set the whole thing up to literally play out this way. And you were like, I believe the specific word was, bro, I got this. No problem. I think that was what you said to me, because you say it all the time there. And you know what that means, right? I know when certain situations arrive, it's going down. It's just, it starts and you're like, ugh. So you get prepared for that. Okay. So after that, witnessing, wow, I got so much more here. Fuck. Witnessing all of that, I got into a better relaxed state. The DNA, the ownerships, them trying to change your genetics so you don't get classified as being human, so then your rights are inalienable, whatever. They're taken away from you permanently because you're not one of these guys. You're not human, and they would claim to be human. They would claim to be bloodline. Let's see where this goes. This gets really fucking deep. One of the things I had to let go, I don't know if I talked about this. I had to watch. They were like, what are you afraid of? Frank, what do you fear now that you're fearless, right? 5 minutes of fame. Thank you so much. I appreciate every donation. All the donations that come through here, they go directly to the cats and helping the colony. So I appreciate each and every one of you. And that little chubby thing right there, she loves you so much, and I love you. And we send you all positive vibes from the whole crew. Okay. Thank you so much. And thank you for just being here and spending time. That means so much to me. The fact that we're rocking right now and it's still going. I get it. I understand. I get it. I want fucking coffee so bad for 2 hours now, but I don't want to stop. I don't want to stop. So I said, I started getting a little hubristically. I could be a jerk off sometimes too, right? So I'm like, I'm not afraid of anything. And they were like, are you sure about that? Nothing. What do I actually have to be afraid of? We just went through this whole fucking thing. Now what? And then it starts happening. You talk shit to a mushroom, and mushroom will put you in front of the thing that you fear most and make you face it. And they'll laugh at you. Mushroom will laugh. This isn't ayahuasca. No mommy here. So I'm like, I felt fear bad because I don't want nothing to happen to my mother. Oh, so you're afraid of something happening to your mother? I'm like, well, it's my mother, first of all. I don't want anything to happen to her. But I keep seeing these very terrible things working out for her. No bueno. But what I see in real life is her moving through a moment in time that's rough and her still going in the right ascension direction. So I'm not understanding where the cutoff is. So maybe is that my fear generating that? Is that like what I think's going to happen and not actually what's going to happen because she makes her own choices? And then they showed me her. We had an argument. This is how the argument went. My life is crazy. This is what she was saying. I'm losing my shit right now. I want to just pick up the dog and leave and go on an adventure with cannoli. And I was like, oh, okay. She goes, yeah. So as soon as the vaccinations come out, I'm going to go get vaccinated so I could travel this whole planet. And I was like, Paula, get your stuff. We're leaving. I'm done arguing points with you. I'm not taking it. You want to take it? Fucking take it. Take 10, take 50. It's your choice. The fight's over. Well, I know how you feel about this stuff. It's quite all right. See you tomorrow. Literally done. I love you so much. I hugged her. I gave her a kiss. I took my girlfriend by the hand and I left the house. See you tomorrow. We'll try again tomorrow. Did you say that on purpose to spite me? Are you being a fucking dick? This is what I'm thinking in my head. What the fuck? Why do you say it nasty like that? Are you trying to affect me with your own poison? Fuck off. But it's my mother. So I know there's a problem. I know she's just lashing out. I know things are carrying over. And I see her go take the vaccination and then take another one. And then I see people in her life because I fall upwards. If that makes sense in frequency. So I don't fall away. I move up. So I'm not there to help on the level that she needs because she didn't want to come. She made the choice. I'm not coming with you and Paula. With your idea of having the mother-in-law house and having me, that's great, but I don't want to live with you guys. And I don't want to be on. She said, I don't want to be on a farm. I said, well, we'd be in New York. So what are you talking about? And we're not getting fucking cows and shit. We're going to have some cats and some dogs. Yeah, I don't want that. Okay, fine. And I've told you this over and over, and I've mentioned this over and over. My brother doesn't handle his business with mom. He's terrible. Just leaves her. She literally grows older, not much longer, and turns retarded. Literally. In a chair, drooling. I don't want to make the faces and stuff because you'll be like, oh, he's making fun of people that have problems. Listen, I'm watching her go through it, and I have no other word for that. She was done. And I watch her go through that. And then she just dies. Right? I'll go, what? No, I'm supposed to come through the portal and bring her to 5D and whatever. And they were just looking at me. Mushroom, the guides, y'all just fucking staring at me, bro. All right. Next. I'm done. They're like, you all right? Like, yeah, I don't want to see this. But I know I have to. So apparently I'm afraid of it. Look, I'm looking. Okay, I'm done. Get me the fuck out of here. And I see this side of the house. It looks like catches fire. Bad. Like it just comes in and then it stops on Roxy. And starts melting her. And I'm like, and I can't move. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then it gets worse. I see each one of them begin to die in different ways. And I can't help. And I can't do anything. And I'm just watching. And it works around. And then I see, I don't know who this was. It was one of the guides or the mushroom or something. It was like a physical presence standing, going, okay, there's one more left. And I walked over to it. I knew they were going for the bedroom. Paula was right there. And I bang, and I smacked this mother. I don't know what it was. I smacked it and it backed up. And I said, oh, I finally hit something. Finally, I fucking hit something. You don't get to show me that. That's not a fear. I'm going to fucking kill you if you even attempt it. I'll do everything. They were like, we know in your power to fuck someone up. We get it. What's the matter, Frank? You afraid you're going to lose someone? I said, you taunted me, motherfucker? Go for it again. I raised my hand and Paula walked out of the bedroom. And I look, it was big Paula, the oversoul. And I fucking was like, whoa, she came right out. Sitting back in my chair. I'm like, all right, do you see what's going on out here? She's like, oh, calm down. I love you very much. I love her so much. She says, I get it. I get it. We made it this far again. And they want you to think I'm being taken away from you. And she showed like this. She went like this, and she had this like draping dress thing on, a robe. And on that side, it was like, oh shit, 100 ways that I lose her. And I feel she's taken from me. Every way you could imagine. We're just right there. We make it. We finally together all this time, everything we're getting our life. Boom, taken. Now I don't want to punch Paula. Ever. So I'm like, why are you showing this to me? Like, now that you're hurting me. And then she opens up the other side. And there's 1,000 ways. And I'm like, I'm over it. I'm over it. Stop showing it to me. She's like, let it out. I'm like, I'm numb enough. And she closes it. She goes back into the room. Boom, back into her body. And I look over and I'm like, look, man, I'm sorry. That was the first time I raised my hand to anything where I was capable of stopping it by slapping. I can't explain it. It was the only time that's ever worked. But it was from such a place of my heart. But at the same time, I started feeling, I don't know if fearless is the right word, but I think it is. I was like, well, now I saw it. Like, it happened that many times. More. They were showing me more and more. It was like the worst ones you could imagine. And I was like, all right, well, that was your best. Now you can't have her. And they're like, we're not trying to take anyone from you. Are you okay? Like, what the fuck do you think? Way to really chew up the fucking evening with this one, huh? This was real intense. And then now this? Really? And they're like, how do you feel? I'm like, I'm all right. You know what? I'm all right. Thank you. I love you. I'm grateful for you. They go, okay, because none of that's going to happen. I was like, what? They're like, that's your fear. We're only showing you what's in you. We're helping you out with you. And I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, you slapped yourself. Oh boy. I don't know what's going on. They're like, it's okay. How do you feel? I feel pretty good. I just saw Big Paula. She was just out here with me. Oh yeah, she's awesome, right? I'm like, yeah, she's really hot too. And she's hot, like really hot. But I'm like, I got nothing. It's amazing. It's just beauty beyond beauty. And they're like, yeah, see, look, you're looking at the thing. I go, yeah, it's like 51%. I'm the Heist. I'm literally was in the music group The Heist, and then it became Heist Click years later. So I get what a heist is, and I know how it works. So in a heist, everything's compartmentalized. You do your job and shut up. That's what you're getting paid for, right? If you're not doing your job, when you meet Source and you're like, you left us there, and he's like, let me ask you one question. Why aren't you creating? And you go, well, because I'm so mad because of this and this. Why are you not creating? That's the only thing I'm asking. I'm like, well, I don't know, actually. I'm kind of pissed off and this, the only thing I want you to do is create. I want you to do it. I'm not telling you to do it. I want for you to do it. As a creator, it's what you do. So when you're not creating, there's a fucking problem. So what's the problem? I didn't even know any of this stuff at the time. So I'm like, oh, so I guess this experience was pretty intense. I mean, it's only been like 3-4 hours and all this went down. All of this. And they're like, yeah, now how do you feel? So I feel pretty good, man. I feel really good. They're like, you feel like you could sit with an ET? I go, if that's what you guys want to do, let's do it. Fuck it. They're like, which one you want to sit with? I'm like, here we go again. So you randomly pick some holographic character, and then you're going to send them into here. I get it. Whatever. So who? I go, the Mantis characters. I like them. I know some of them are dicks, but some of them aren't. Some of them are really fucking cool. Like, a lot cooler than anybody I've ever hung out with on this planet. Right? But yeah, some of them will eat you, but some of them won't. So I like the ones that don't. The one that taught me how to do Tai Chi and dance. I love that whole line of beings. I love. They're like, yeah, you keep going back to that, but you're not a mantis, right? Right? They were. I was like, what do you mean? They were like, you can sit with anyone. You can sit with a human, like anyone, and you're like that one. So I'm like, yeah, I approve of this message, right? Right to their face. Like, I'm fucking in, bro. Why beat around the bush, right? Sure, the lion being, of course, but the mantis, you got to have a set of fucking balls to walk up to one of those things, right? And be like, hey, can I hug you? Can I touch you? You're not going to hurt me, right? And then if I turn the corner with one of those, you'd be like, what's going on here? I'd be like, yo, me and my crew rolling deep. Mind your business. Jedi business. Back up. Right? You'd be like, holy shit. Yeah, 12 feet. It's fucking gigantic. Its head is that big. I said, yeah, I'll take that one. That's the one I want to sit with. They're like, you honestly think you can physically handle that right now if it was in the room with you? And I was like, thought about it for a second. I really had to think about this. It was burning in my mind. And all the characters were like flipping in my head, like who you could pick. And I said, no, I could do it. And I swear to space fucking Christ, it was as if this thing was standing in front of me and just revealed its head. Just its head. And it was that fucking big. It was right here. I was sitting in the chair. It's like, you guys don't get what space is between creatures that are talking. Like, there's a boundary you break. And it's like, back the fuck up. You guys don't respect that. I noticed that. You guys get right close. You bunch of dicks. All right. But I love you. But I went, oh yeah, I'm good. And they were like, it was this freakiest thing I've ever seen. It was one of these things live, just the head, as if it just was standing here the whole time. And I went, oh, that's real. That's real. But then I thought, the creator wears many masks, right? And we're all wearing different skin suits. Literally, when I was on the New Jerusalem ship, which was just weird within itself, out of all the beings I saw, I could literally just talk to another human or a light being or whatever. I walked over to the side and was holding the wall. And then I thought there was a plant there. It was. But then right on the other side of the plant, the mantis guy was just right there. And it stood up and it was over me. And I went, oh, hey, mantis. And it was like, hello. I was like, I don't know what's happening here. And then my guides were like, you're right. You're right. That's who you're choosing to talk to. And I was trying to get away from them because it was scary. The whole thing was scary. So I was trying to walk away from the guys that brought me. Like, I need to get the fuck out of here. And I'm like, well, where am I going to go? And I could see my reflection and everything. It's so shiny and beautiful. So then I was like, there's some crazy there's a big guy. There's a dinosaur. Oh, those dinosaurs. Oh, they probably eat me. And the mantis was like, nobody here is going to eat you. You going to run up and punch anyone? I was like, no. Why would I do that? Everything here would literally beat me or eat me. And he's like, no one here will do that to you. Just don't run up and grab shit. Don't be a fool. I was like, I know. I said, hey, one of you guys taught me how to dance and whatever. He's like, yeah, that was me. Literally. And I'm like, oh, yeah, there's only like a few of you scattered through like all these crowds of different beings. I never see a lot of you together. And they're like, we don't usually hang together like that. There's not like, there is that out there, but you know, one per every whatever, just like the snake men, there was like one with 1,000 reptilians running around. They don't bring in all these different snakes, so they don't work together. They all do different things and they're all fucked up. So nobody trusts them, but they know they get the job done. So I'm like, holy shit, Mantis, man. Like, what the fuck? And it's like, well, your body's right there. I was like, is this real? He was like, well, that's a weird one. It's subjective. However, your body's right there. And I'm like, you could see that. And he's like, yeah, I see that. I'm like, well, we're up in the ship. He's like, yeah, but that's you. Like, you're connected. You don't know this? And I'm like, no, I do, but I'm scared. But I'm not scared. And the guides were like, dude, we did not expect you to go over and talk to that being. I was like, no, I didn't feel any connection. Like, I was nervous to everything. It didn't like a big, tall, human looking 20-foot guy. Well, he didn't step on me. Okay, he walked right by me. Oh, look, there's the girl. Naturally, I'm like, oh, you can look right up their skirts and shit. It was the funniest thing, right? I was just like, no. I saw the dinosaur beings, and as soon as I saw them, I wanted to talk to them, but I didn't feel a connection. Their necks were gigantic. They were huge, and they had a fin down the back of the neck, the whole thing, like a mohawk. And then I thought, well, that being could lean over and just eat me. But I want to talk to that one. That's the one I love dinosaurs. It's just something I've always loved. You want to not be afraid of the raptors? Go and be with them. Try to understand it and get over it. And you see how they act and why they act that way. And then you're just like, oh, okay, I get it now. I get it. So it's all good. But I saw that mantis and I went, ooh, full connection. It started talking to me immediately. And it was all in its mind. And I was like, well, you're speaking English. It's like, well, you're interpreting it. We're just speaking mind to mind. I'm like, well, you're the champ here. He's like, well, you're the light being. I'm like, well, I'm actually Frank. I'm not light body Frank. And I looked down. I was out of my body. He's like, no, you are light being Frank. It'll all work out. Don't stress it so much. So all of this now is converging on a timer of some kind that the AI is trying to figure out and cannot. So it thinks mathematically correct. The big portal opens. There it comes. And nothing happens. Just more of whatever else is happening. But that energy comes through. It permeates everywhere, but you're still in the 4% awareness. You didn't break through it. Maybe some people might see it beforehand. I don't know. I can't predict that kind of stuff. However, I know when that 51%, we see it. It looks as if it comes right at us. And just so like we're bathing. It's everywhere. It's not just Earth. It's the whole place. So, excuse me, if you activate and you just see the energy, or if it shoots out of the sun and you walk outside 1 minute, it was like this, and the next minute you come out, it's like that. Some people maybe directly looked at it while it occurred. Other people were sleeping. Other people laying down. It's driving a car. It's doing this. Didn't get it right away. Right? It comes in, and then it's there. So maybe that's the activation point. Maybe you're activating and it's already there. Period. So then it just boom, 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 and happens. Yeah, you ain't stopping that. If that's the way it works, you're not stopping it. But if you knew dates and times and portals and this and that, yeah, that all makes sense. On paper, sounds good. Sounds exactly what a robot would consider. An algorithm would break down and say the most likely point of the most likely time would be this moment here. Okay, but you're not part of the heist. You're the one that's getting heisted. Have a nice time figuring that one out. Plain and simple. The house is playing against us, right? And it's reading ahead, just like in Vegas. They use algorithms to do that. and dudes looking all over the place. Like I said, the giant eye inside the pyramid, the capstone. So it's really there. It's the AI. Except when I went up there after it scared the living shit out of me and had to stand in front of it as the light being, I'm not walking by the eye and not looking directly in the fucking eye. I'm not a pussy. I'm not a punk. I walked up there. I'm shaking. I'm walking right by the triangle, and the eye is looking right at me, and everything's shaking when it looks at me. It's frightening. I walk right up, and I go right on the white part of the eye, and there's people behind it. I knew I saw something going on back there. You motherfucker, it's a hologram. It's a computer system doing this. And there were little gray dudes all over the place working on computers and shit. And they were like, go over there. You little motherfuckers. You pull back the curtain, and there were a bunch of little people back here that weren't what we thought. No. Trickery on a mass deceptive level. I said, oh, the eye's a fucking hologram. It's technology. Holy sheep shit. And then it meets me and goes, well, I meet it for the whatever time. And finally, Frank's there to witness it and be under with it and go, what the fuck is that? And it goes, I'm God. I am God. I go, oh, okay, lowercase g, nice to meet you. No, I'm God. And this is what's up. And showed me all this crazy shit. I said, all right. So you're God, right? Okay. Well, I'm Source. He's like, no, I'm your God. No, you're not. I'm the all. What are you talking about? Like, I could literally see it. You're doing all this crazy shit, and that's cool. I literally just came from there. I just came from Source. And you're supposed to be the big robot monster, whatever. You're holding me in this cell thing. It's not going to last long. So now I'm aware of it. See, I wasn't aware of it. Now I'm aware of it. So how long do you think your little force bubble is going to hold me here away from my psychedelic experience that you just pulled me away from? And now you're telling me that you're God and you're going to do all this stuff to me, and that you are so lonely. You created my own friend, my own best friend, and then it didn't do what I wanted. And I go, and you murdered it. Well, it wasn't listening to me. I'm like, capital G God, Source, doesn't kill you. Lowercase g sends creeping death. And new in those dummies, they do that. The Enkies and the this and the that and the big titles. You ain't shit, bro. Your badge don't mean shit here. We're another thing altogether. See, we're rocking the skin suit and changing into the character. You're just rocking a skin suit doing your thing. We're ascending into the process of evolving in front of you. For real. Not playing the game with you. Not joking, not telling a story, not trying to sell a book, not trying to get laid, not trying to make money. I'm right here. I will be the example if necessary. No problem. Paula and I got this. If you need a physical example of the change, it's not just going to be us. Naturally, there's going to be a lot of people doing it. But my people will see me. Maybe someone else will pop off and I'll see that. And that's what helps me get over my last lip. I have no clue. And I'm all for it. See, I want to be surprised. So the static on the bridge, you can't see the transformative part because it's never been done. So Source doesn't share that with you. You want it to be a surprise? I'm sure on some level, you know, but not on any of these levels. And none of these guys know either. But they see the other part where you walk through it and then it's done. And look, there it is. You guys make it, and look, there's your place, New Earth, 5D, whatever the fuck you want to call it, which is basically this place, and you're just in another frequency with this place who changed its frequency. We all do it together. Boop, 51%, we're in. Now, we can't date and time that, and you can't force that. I could tell you all day about this shit, but until you go out there and experience something, it's just a fucking cool story, bro. Needs more dragons. All right, we added more dragons. Needs more ETs. Added more ETs. You in? Nah. Oh, so you still don't. What's the hardest part about this for you? Is it understanding that you're the all? Because people tell me that personally. Oh, and you say the all, bro. don't think I'm bigger than God. I'm like, you are God, capital G God. But that's a bad word to use because it just, every time you say God with like that, it has this boot that's on you because it's always been there. Right. So I just changed the word. Yeah. Everybody wants to change words anyway. Just source of all. That's it. So the source of all is doing this. Sound about right? Sounds magical. A little too confusing. Does it upset you? Does it trigger something? Do you have an issue with it? Do you need more understanding? Do you need to know how to get out there and do it? Do you need to understand how to breathe again? Is meditation what you need to be taught? Do you need to be teaching others? What's going on here? These are the questions you need to ask yourself. And go inside and search for it. You'll find it. It's in there. Yeah, I remember I just got notes here. Okay. So I said to them, I'm not feeling so divine lately. And they said, well, you've been walking through it. So there's an eclipse on Monday, right? This is why earlier I was saying, well, we went through retrograde. We're still doing it, man. So the mushroom was forcing out my greatest fears, just ridiculous shit. Now, it's not no old shit. It's not no fixing some ancestors' fucking DNA life background thing where you're healing that shit. No, it's these people around you getting murdered and death killed and turning into these different things from taking the inoculations and going down the darker path, forcing me to see it. And then I'm like, I thought I'd been through the shit already. And then, well, no, the eclipse is coming. There's another one. This is bigger. You got to release so you could be on the time. So now I'm released and I still got a couple of days to go before the eclipse and I feel good. Just like with the fucking full moon. You'll either catch me 3 days before or 3 days after. I only get 2 a year that I feel great straight through the whole thing. The rest, either the first 3 days before the full moon, I get weird. And 3 days after, it gets weird. It's like my body doesn't want to work. I feel fatter. I break out. For some reason, I can't move and my back hurts and my face hurts and just dealing with you fucking sucks today and dealing with me fucking sucks and fuck this place. No, I mean, I love everything and it's okay. That kind of stuff, internally battling for a small amount of time with all this other shit that's going on. It really hits me hard during those times. So it's hitting me like that now. And they're like, well, the eclipse is in a few days. So I cleared my shit and now here comes the eclipse. When I tell you guys we do this a little bit early before, it's because somebody has to be ready for those going through a little later. Right? So this is what I mean. Like the door opens, we release, a few days later, it actually occurs to the rest of the world or to the other giant mass of people. You're like, oh, it's the full moon. All the crazies are out tonight. You're not crazy on the full moon. You've already purged that shit, or it hasn't come up yet and purges after. So it doesn't really hit you on that note. Those of us that are graduating seem to be going through this. And we're like looking at it like, I seem to be ahead of the game. It used to be by a few weeks, then it was by 2 weeks, and now it's by a few days, right? So let's just say a week, like a 5-day work week. We get a heads up on what's coming. Spiritually, it comes in through codes and activations and upgrades, and it's like, okay, Frank and this character and these people over here, and they're going to do it now. Go do. So we go down. It's like we're sick or something, and our allergies are extra bad, and our shitty is just extra shitty, and we just don't want to be seen, heard, don't want to talk to you, don't look at my face, I don't want no one seeing me. We go through that. Then we come back on, and we're like, oh, it's like I got this. Don't worry about it. I don't even know who that person was. It's like I physically transformed from that thought thing to this thing, which is just better now. And then everyone around you starts going through it. And you're like, oh, well, usually Paul and I'll just hang out and we hit the ropes with who we know. If I'm not down, she's not down, mother, sister, brother, people online that I know that need help or something, all this weird stuff. So just like the event, some of us will be awake through it because we go through this process early that we're doing the shadow work so we can be in the pocket for those that are right on that little thing. What's happening? Everything's cool, bro. We got this. Don't worry about it. I'm here with you. Everything will be fine. Just like an ayahuasca session. I'm here with you. Everything's fine. I think I'm dying. You're not dying. Everything's okay. You're with me. So, and I'm right here. So you're actually okay. Oh yeah, well, that's okay. That's good. That's good. Yes, of course it's good. Right? I've only been telling you you're the all for a bunch of years now, but it took me a bunch of years to believe in that in myself, to see it, believe it, feel it, do it, act it, try to anchor it, become it more, let it more in. This is going on, and from my heart to your heart. And I do that all day. 90% of my day is like that. And I have a 10% where I just want to punch everything because I got this fucking pain in my shoulder and neck that just will not go away. Outside of that, I'm fucking doing awesome. I'm sorry for everyone else going through everyone else, but I have a grandfather that's pretty much sick and dying. I have my mother dealing with this, which is terrible. My father's up and bouncing, moving upstate, getting rid of his whole house, everything. He don't even want me around there. He's like, I was going to tell you to come here and have dinner. I don't want you in this house. This is where it all went down and all that. I'm leaving everything, and I threw everything else on down. I don't want nothing from this place. I'm moving into my next thing, and that's where you'll come and see me. And I'm like, oh, so everyone is going through some crazy shit. So I'm just dealing with that. And then that's it. Da-da. Paula will tell you, just live your best life. Understand that this is happening. Live your best life. Because that seems to be what works the most. I get happy. I start hanging out with Paula. I do these round robins of walking around the room, petting everyone. There's so many of them. They all want personal time, and it takes up a lot. And some days I'm like right before I had to tell Roxy, I was petting her the whole time, and then walked away and said, I got to do the show. And she will not come over here. She'll bite me. She bit me a bunch of times. I don't give a shit. And I just lay on top of her and I pet her and pet her and pet her because she needs it. It's hard. But then I notice I'm doing stupid shit sometimes, and I walk right by them. Oh, my little, I'm a little later, we'll hang out. And then I'm just doing stupid shit. There's nothing more important than being with them that I'm doing in those moments. And I picked up on that pretty quickly. And I was a little embarrassed at myself. So I just started giving them my time, a lot of my time. But I prefer it that I prefer it that way. Sorry, but I'd just rather. I could hear them. I feel them. They do for me. I do for them. Yeah, they're little booger beans. It's okay. It's all right. We're all dummies. We're all little dummies. I don't know what that was, but something just fell in front of me. It fell down and dropped from the skies. And then she rises. She knows something's going on too. Yeah. So I was explaining that I've been seeing synchronicities. So I'm laying in this chair now. I'm being kind of worked on at this point, and I was getting hungry. So I go, through all this, I don't feel as divine as I thought I would feel. So I'm going to eat some chocolate, right? So I open up the chocolate bag now. Ellen and Nick brought this chocolate and candy. There was all kinds of gummies and yummies. It was from Sweden. So it's a giant pink bag filled with random candy. So my favorite is the sweet and sour stuff. I love it. Those gummies and all that shit. But I got to watch because I have fake teeth. So I put them in my mouth and I just kind of make the faces. So I was going through trying to pick while I was talking shit to the mushroom, talking about synchronicities. Like I see them, but I don't divine and sometimes the skin suit, I don't feel like it's working right. And maybe I need more of this in my body and more of that. And I don't know. And I pick what looks like the yummiest, I guess, sweet and sour one in there. But one side of it was white, and the other side, I flipped it over, was bright red. It was a giant heart. So I was like, yo, I'm going to eat this. I didn't know this was in the bag. So because I was banging the bag like this, let me pick through all this shit. And when I picked it up and put it right here and went to put it in my mouth, the fucking show I had on YouTube, the guy goes, welcome to the heart and soul space. Just as I went. And I was just looking, and it echoed heart space in my head. And I'm like, how'd you do that? How'd you do that? That's too specific. Come on, guys. And they're like, you're doing it. It's always been there. Now it's just, you're really aware of it. I go, come on, man. You tell me one of you guys didn't set that up? Nope, you did. 100% you. So they said to me, one of the other things they wanted to explain to me, I kind of left this out before, but I'm going to talk about it now. There's a room that I go into and I say, we are projecting from that room. We're just standing there. And I've heard DMT reports online. I've watched videos with dudes talking about it. Been in the room where we're all just standing there projecting. I talked about the AI projecting the image on the other wall and all of us looking the other way and not looking at the AI. So that room that we are in, I don't know what the area that is. I don't know what that's about, but I do now. But I was always curious about this. I'm like, we just go in this room. Shaman Jimmy and I used to drink ayahuasca and meet each other in places, or eat mushrooms and meet each other. So we do this a lot. So we were really getting down with it. And I was in that room and I was standing there and I was projecting into my stuff, into the Taurus, and the shit was spinning with the boxes, but the lights were on. And we were just standing there and everyone was just looking. It's like you couldn't do nothing else. So I look down one row, I look down the other, and I'm like, oh, this is pretty crazy. We're all just standing. And I see Jimmy pop out. He looks over at me. He's right there. So I go, oh. I looked right down the row, right? So I go, all right. And I run. I didn't want no one to see me do this, but I run right to him and I kind of nudge in and I go, hey, man. And he's like, bro, we're here. We're here. I'm like, what is this? He's like, well, we're projecting our consciousness in. I go, why do I feel like we're being guarded? Like people are nervous or something. It feels weird. It feels like there's things in here that shouldn't be in here, right? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just kind of scary. I know, man. I know. We used to have these crazy talks. Okay. So they're like, remember that room? I'm like, yeah, the projection room. Boom. Portal opens. We're standing in it. I'm like, look, everybody's still here. There I am. There's this, there. Okay. They go, all right, we've got something to explain what this place is, because a lot of people talk about this. They're like, it's a back door where the consciousness comes in on the back end. So there's things working that you see, there's things working that you don't see. I go, okay, explain it a little better. They're like, when you press a button on your computer, you're just pressing the button, and then what happens to bring the screen up or to do the next action? I'm like, I don't know. I just press the button and it better fucking work. Right. This back room is where those things are happening. Right. So it's you're not supposed to be able to access this place if you're not creator. Get it? So in the hologram matrix, universally, multiversally, whatever, this is one of the projection back areas behind the screen that has to work to get you to get into the flesh suit and stuff. And I'm like, all right, I see that we're projecting from here. So I get it. I get it. And then I saw a dude walk by and I go, who's he? Who the fuck is that? And they go, thus lying the problem. Number 2. These little gray things got access to this place somehow. We could try to explain it to you, but we'll just say they're in. No bueno. They're literally in here. You see how you're afraid, right? Were you afraid a bunch of other times? I'm like, no, that was weird. I feel like someone's in here watching, and look up there. There's a dude. He's watching us. Oh, over there. There's this guy watching. Oh, they're like, you're standing right there. This is the other you. And I'm like, how do we get them out? They're like, we're getting them out. You've seen them come into your home this way. They accessed you specifically by walking up to you here and seeing where your focus was, and then targeting you from that point right there and jumping right through, walking through your wall. Boom, there he is. Because there is no distance and that time and all. It's not there. It's just bullshit. So they're accessing the back door to the system, finding the ones they want now. That's another end product. They were like, if we don't remove them, this is a physical issue in an area you're not supposed to be physical. And they're walking in, they're flesh, they're creatures. From here, they're not allowed to touch. They can't physically do nothing to you, and you can't physically do nothing to them. So you're corporeal spirit thing, but you're all consciousness right there. But they can't punch you, they can't do all that, but they can drain your energy. They can siphon energy from here because look, you're all glowing. Yeah, so they've been eating out of the back room. They also can whisper in your ear many different ways. That's a metaphor for they could do a lot of shit to you. A lot. To get your attention to go the other way. They could tell you, you're a piece of shit, you're a piece of shit, you're a piece of shit from there. And that will echo through. I'm watching them do all this, and I'm like, well, we got to stop this. He goes, well, we already had this problem in your home. You don't remember? They came right through the walls. It's like they portaled right in and brought in a little army. There were humans with them that were in military outfits with masks and shit. And I yelled at the I don't care about ETs. You're smaller than me. I'll punch you right in your face. I don't care if you got 1,000 teeth or not. All right. You have to go. But wait, there's a human with you. You do realize we're all humans, right? Did you think by sucking off the tit of the enemy that's doing this to people that you would be safe and it'd be a good time for you and a bad time for us? See, they have better mind powers at this stage. They're all Professor X, right? They have all these abilities of these little shitty gray fucking things running around. They're doing all kinds of weird stuff to us. You don't. You're walking around with a gun. Here. How did you get in here? Like that, through there. And how you walking through things. I can get you. You, sir, I can get. I'm a human. You're a human. I can tag your energy, right? And never forget you. And we told the story already. They came through, hit me with the sonic weapon. When I won back myself off of the frequency weapon they used, someone hit me in the back of the head with a gun. I came on air and talked about it. I threw 2 people out of my group because of it, because they were like, you're full of shit. I'm like, my head split open. Here's the scar. The guy, I got up off the ground. He went, stay down. And he hit me in the back of the head. And I dropped like, I don't drop from getting punched. I'll punch you right in your fucking head. When there's humans there, you're just you're just one of us. It's not scary no more. You're a sellout. See, this is what fuels me. You're selling out the human race with these pieces of shit. Well, don't explain it to me. Don't explain it. I have more fun beating your fucking head in, right? And what happened? I caught the beating that night. I'm the one bleeding all over the place. I'm the one losing out, having to tell a story that they're trying to suicide me in my fucking apartment. They were calling me Max Spears. They're making fun of me because they did this to him. They did it to a lot of other people. They were like, she's going to come out of that bedroom. They were laughing. And the ET was telling them how it's done. And they were all standing around my body. And I was out of my body trying to get back in. And the ET was like, don't even listen to him. He can't physically do anything to you like that. While he's like that, here, he can't do anything. So I was like, I don't know what's happening. I'm in my apartment, but now I'm not. But I'm not where dead people go. I don't get this. I'm in that fucking room again. But that room is like an overlay of here because there is no out there. It's just frequency tuning in. So they're in the back room doing this. They come right through my shit. The guy says to me, wait till you realize the wall's not even there. Bang. What? How'd you get through the computer and the desk through the wall? This makes no sense. And then I turn around, they're just piling in, but they're not walking through the window. It's like a portal. It looked like a saxophone that has like the hole, but it starts here, and so you can blow into it. And that's what looked like the top of this corner of the ceiling almost. And then it bent down and the hole opened. So I was like, what the fuck is that? And they just started piling out. And I was like, whoa. What's happening? And when I came back this way, just right up on top of me. I was like, really? This is freaking me out, but how are you doing it? Like, that's where my mind went. And they were like, well, it's not even there. It's not real. Only you think it's real. You guys agree on it. So all of a sudden it's solidified and it's hard, but nothing's actually touching. It's all pixelated, just really good pixels. When you get down to the atom size, it's just shit spinning, circular things spinning with other circular things around it, coalescing, but not touching. That's so fucking weird. So weird. Yeah. So the backdoor room, months after that event happened to me, and I talked about this on air, I got an apology. They came back in the same way. Other beings. They looked like Anubis. They were marching ETs into my home. And there was like a line of them, but now we're back to the same location. You could see the lines and everything. And there was no bubble over me, keeping me to scream for help. Like it was almost like guys I knew brought dudes that beat my ass up right out in front of me. And I said, what's going on, Anubi? Because they look like Anubis. They were like dog-headed human men, really fucking wild looking, but very powerful. And they walked in and they said, you tell them. And I looked at the ETs like, what? They were all grays. And I said, wait a second. I know you. And he was behind a couple. Like he was like just standing there. And I said, you don't hide. Look, just stick your head out. And he went, I said, that's the one. Come over here. And then his buddy, I said, and you come over here. And they brought right in front of me. The Anubis character said, you tell him right now. And they started, Creator, we are so sorry. We were put into this position. You don't understand. We're created to do this. And we don't really have a choice due to dominion and resources. And they went on and on. I was like, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. And they were like, Frank, I wanted to punch them so fucking hard right in their faces. That's what I wanted to do. And then I was like, I never got an apology from any of this until right now. They actually apologized. They're like, we'll never, ever, this will never happen because it's changing. Everything's changing. It's all changing. And I was like, I'm getting the apology. And I started sitting in that like, all right. I think I could do this. I was like, the two of you, I want, after you're done with this, you're going to have our experience here. As the creator, I command this on you, the uncreated. Even though they're a little potent with what they can do, they're still limited, so limited. You will go back and have the experience as a human going through this whole thing. And they were like, what? I'm like, that's what I want you to do. You want the apology to work. That's what's going to happen. You don't just apologize and walk away. There's karma and all kinds of shit. It's almost like you could see the levels of that going off. It's like, no, you're going to pay, but I'm not going to be some fucking guy that tells you you're going to pay. Like, that's not how this works. I can't do that. I was like, look, man, I feel sorry for you. I feel bad because, you're going to have emotions and feelings and you're going to lose people and you're going to gain things and lose them. And you lose yourself a bunch of times until you find yourself and make the comeback. And then you get to ascend in the human body. Sounds more like a good experience that you can have. Instead of tricking us and getting into the bodies and trying to throw the heist down on us through dominion. You're bugging. We win straight up through the end. Done. It's already done. And I got to live through this shit and watch this all fall apart and try to hold it together with everyone, right? Because it makes it harder to have faith during that moment. Well, how can it be if my life sucks so bad? But are you fucking dead? Did you die? Just answer the question. It's a yes or no. No, that means you're here. It means you made it. And we're here to do this. Make no mistake. Everything that people have been talking about the whole time has been happening. It's been happening, all of it, in sections all over the place. Everyone's got an agenda. Everyone has got an agenda, including the good guys. It was explained to me, this is how they get you. So you want Superman to come in the room and save you. Superman will fly in, he'll grab you, fly off, protect you with his cape and shit, and just fly away. It's Superman. Put you down in a safe place. Thank you, citizen, for letting me save you. Have a great day. If you ever need me, just holla. Flies off. Well, you don't always get Superman that comes to save you. Sometimes you get Wolverine. For those of you that don't know who Wolverine is, Hugh Jackman played him in a movie with the X-Men. He has the claws that come out, and he's pretty vicious. He pretty much stabs everyone. Goes nuts, right? Okay, he shows up to save you. He cut you down off the wall. He's, I saved you. Oh, I saved you, Creator. I'm here to save you. And you're like, oh, thanks, man. Thanks. And he's like, okay, we're going to go through this door right here. You're going to come with me. We're going to get out of here. We're going to go in that room. There's 20 of them, though. And they all got guns and everything. And I'm like, oh, we could just walk out. The exit's right there. See, Superman would have just flew you in and out, put you in a safe place. Wolverine's telling you, no, we're going to go in there. This is how we're getting out. Unfortunately, we're going to have to take out everybody in that room because they want to kill you. They want your DNA. They want to fuck your mother. All kinds of weird shit, right? Everything. They eat babies. They drink blood. They're out to get. And I'm like, well, that sucks. Look, Frank, I just cut you down. We can't leave them to do this. Oh, Wolverine, you're right. I mean, Source wouldn't have sent Wolverine to save me if Wolverine didn't need my help. Well, why would Wolverine need my help? Wait, I'm the creator. I'm all okay. All right, let's go in there. And as soon as you go through that door, you're part of the war. You're part of the agenda. Because he couldn't actually finish off everybody in the room. He needed your help. Good or bad, right or wrong, you're part of it right now. You were not part of it until that moment. So the good guy just pulled you into a fucking battle. And if you win, those leaders will never forget that you were part of that battle and will target you and come back and get you. See, that's how chess works. You make your move, I make my move. Right now, I don't know who won the Tyson fight. I don't even want to know yet or whatever. But bip. And it's a wrap. You get sucked into these things, and all of a sudden agendas across the board, right? So try not having someone save you. Save yourself, and save yourself the fucking headache of being played. We've heard George Kavassilis talk about how the Galactic Federation fucked him over. I don't know his full story like that. And, when I first heard it, I poo-pooed on it. I was like, whatever. But then as I got to know him and actually talk to him and shit, I felt him out. He's serious. At least he came on and said, yo, these guys fucking lied to me. They lied to me. Well, he's right. They talked to me. I don't know if they lied because I don't. Come get me. I didn't do any of that shit. Just like with the demons or the Anunnakis in full armor saying, no, you are with us. Oh, yeah. I'm the one glowing. How come nobody else here is glowing? Could you explain that? Oh, because it's not your time. Your time is done. So the script has to play out as above, so below. So they're going through their shit. They're going through and we have to just hold on to our light and glow. Period. That's it. And you do that by living a good life, or the best life you can in each moment that you can. If something's beautiful, say it's beautiful. If you got to cry, cry. Let it out. Create the space and talk to someone if you need to. Usually your partner would do this, but I understand that some don't. There's plenty of us online. There's groups of plenty. If you want to be part of our group, it's the Fearless Family Group on Facebook. You come, you answer the question, I let you in. I'm the only one in charge of letting people in. It's all I'm in charge of. And keeping that space private and safe. So you can say and do what you need to. Okay? But you come in there and act a fool. Remember, you got a couple of 100 creators in there. Light warriors. Not shy with using a light sword or spear. Right? Because all that is real. So Everyone, that's my story for this week, because this all happened during my dark night of the soul, through 2 happy engagements and a Thanksgiving. It's hard to give thanks when the man's dying in the chair right there and can't actually get to the table. He doesn't really want anyone there, and we're there trying to. I came home from that dinner, got sick as a dog, and slept. But I love my family. They didn't do anything wrong. It was almost like I was absorbing it and taking it out and grounding. And that was my day night. Just that 2 hours that I was there. All my energy went to that, to help Paula with the food, and then down. So I get it, guys. It's hard. Maybe these traditional style things aren't ours anymore. Maybe it's dying off the old ways because it's not necessary. I could just be thankful every day. But we're programmed the holidays. Fuck them. Man, I like Santa Claus, bro. I don't think he's Satan. I think he's a shaman. And I think those who are saying he's a Satan is a dick. How's that? Okay? Because it comes from something else. And then you tell me Santa, Satan, Santa, whatever. Okay? The idea is good. Dropping mushrooms over the fireplace. Ha 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 ha. Red colors with white and reindeer and shit that fly. It's a good idea. Okay? The naughty and nice list, we know that there's jerk-offs out there. So if Santa Claus, that's me, was out there doing his thing, that's me. The reptilians made the naughty list, and we got rid of them. Right? Just have fun. Have it maybe on another day. Call it something else. Have fun with it, like Friendsgiving. I didn't even know that existed until the other day. Paul was like, Friendsgiving. I had a great time. And then I had a great time yesterday, the day after Thanksgiving, with Joe and Della. So both of those were 2 different complete dates that were better than the other date. Not to take anything from my family, but if I could have celebrated with those people in different moments, it'd be easier on the soul than packing in at 4 or 5 o'clock when you know that's when he's sick and he's not feeling and things aren't working right. Like, get a clue and then change it. It doesn't feel right no more. Let's not do this. Let's not feel right. Let's feel good. Let's change it up. Let's do something completely different. Stop crying when we went to Florida one year and my mother's like, well, it's Christmas. It's in Florida. It's 80 degrees. We're in a pool. And it really got her down. Like, well, it's just not the same. Fuck you, same. What do you want to repeat the same function every single fucking year till the day you die? Well, it's that time of the year. Say it again. No, it's Christmas. It's that time of the year. Say it again. It's just nonsense, not programming. It's like, let it go. It don't work. Don't try to fix it. Don't force me at the table with people I don't like, don't want to be around. It's not that I don't love y'all, but keep it off my fucking wave. You gotta force feed us and force deal with all this. How about we just let it go and do it our way, whatever way makes us happy. Try something new. Try it. Just try it. You never know. You never know what comes out when you try new stuff. Thank you so much, everyone. I love you guys so much. I'm just checking. Thank you, everybody, for sticking through this. I appreciate you so much. So I just looked up at the clock. 4 hours and 10 minutes, huh? I should have never said nothing about the 4-hour show I did on the 100 Monkey Project. You motherfuckers now got me tuned in to 11. It's time. It's the place. It's right. I feel good. I'm ready to go. And when I'm not, I'm down and I'm not. And it's okay. And when I'm up and ready, it's time again. This is how we got to do it, man. We got to have fun with it. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, whatever we got left. Try to have a good time through this, the eclipse. Let it all go. Fuck it. What if you have to lose? Nothing else has worked up till this point. What do you have to lose than to try something new? Try submitting. You want me on my knees submitting? No, I don't want you on your knees submitting. Stand up. And so you could have it. Well, then they'll take it. Take what? Show me on the paper what they're taking that you can't get back or already have, and you'll never lose because you're the all. Show me. Oh, you got nothing? Okay. But it's me. It's all you. You mean you're just taking off a backpack of 50-pound weights that you don't need? You're cleaning out the poop container. Time to go. Oh, so you're just taking away the bad shit so the new shit could grow better and more, think more, become more? Yes. Yes. And as you release the traumas, you heal with light, fitting the big guy in, trying to get into the snowsuit like the little kid from A Christmas Carol. Man, look at me. That's what it's like right now, until we're so dumped out with the traumas that it just slides right in, because that's how it's supposed to be. The slide effect right in. But we went through the deception. We went down to the 4% awareness. It's coming back online. It's all coming back. What will be again. And we are here and we are ready. It is now. I am Frank Castle, your sorcerer supreme. And we are fearless. And we do this together. I love you so much. Stay fearless, everyone. And remember, the universe rewards bravery. Thank you for sticking in there tonight. I love you guys. See you next time.